on the screen today. Boy, that red and purple pop on the screen together.
Yes, indeed.
Man.
Yeah, that's a purple right there.
Yeah, that's for real.
I like those things, man. The simple, hoodie, long sleeve.
Yeah.
Sometimes like them short sleeve.
It's light. That's why I like it, man. It's super
I like
light.
those things. I got this black one. It's like one of my favorites.
I got the air conditioner. I'm so sick of the heat, bro. Like,
yeah, I'm done with it. I'm over it.
It's gonna be 98 degrees when we get off, and
I am over it. I was out last night at
YouTube. What's
soccer practice, and I was it's humid, man. Luckily, the sun had gone down, but man, it's just humid.
Yeah.
Well, let's relax. 25 weeks of summer is trash. That's trash. Give me a good 12 to 15, 12 to 16.
Dude, he ain't wrong.
Yeah, I like the fall. I like the spring. I like seasons. That's what it is. I like seasons. You gotta switch stuff up.
Should put up a poll question. Bagley, Buddy, Davion, Tyrese. How about that? What Kings player has the most to prove? See how that one does.
That might remind me on my picks to bring up something. This is pretty funny.
Okay.
When I do my picks, this is pretty entertaining.
Appreciate everybody who jumped on for the press conference. That was something a little different. Try to do that as much as we can. Oh, look, John Jones was arrested again today. Good.
Yeah, this guy. I get what you're saying. I was a little confused. I need KC to sing Seasons as if he was singing Reasons. The Reasons.
Nobody needs that. Nobody.
The reasons that we.
Nobody.
Them boys used to sing back in the day. Boy, they used to sing. They used to play music. They used to do that thing, boy.
Can I just say something like right quick? I put the poll up like 10 seconds ago.
Oh no.
28 people have already voted.
That should be 28 thumbs up.
21. What are y'all doing? Y'all are killing me. What are you doing? Okay. God bless it. These reads are long. Oh, man. All right.
Choir boy. What you know about choir boy, Brian? What you know about that? What you know about choir boy?
Choir boy, Caraway. Come on, man. Today's Friday. Let's get in here. Yo, what it do, baby? Welcome in here to this Friday, September 24th edition of Dealing with KC. I'm Damian Barling. He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
And it is a 49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Say, bro, you happen to catch the Sovereign Brands family on Good Day Sacramento this morning?
I did not.
My goodness.
Wait, what?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Boy, oh boy. I got the clip this morning. I was like, hey now, Sovereign Brand. I got to be honest. The set of Good Day Sacramento looked like the set of D-Lo and KC.
Wow.
Legit,
this is
boy.
a hub. This is a hub for sovereign brands now.
Oh yeah, no
This
doubt.
might be their West Coast hub. To be honest with you, I ain't even lying to you.
It's
not even lying to you. It's a hub.
Brett Barish on line one say the same thing, man. So we here on this 49ers Friday. We're gearing up for the San Francisco 49ers and the Green Bay Packers. We will get you ready for that game, and we'll get you ready with the best. Kyle Madson will be with us here for his weekly visit coming up at 2:17. We also got Brian Baldinger, Baldys Breakdowns. Yes, indeed. Set to join us coming up here in about 30 minutes. Ramona Shelburne added to the rundown. She'll be with us at 1:20. Quinton Mayo here for his weekly visit at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. The person who won't be here, though, is E40. Of course, we built the entire show around E40, so that sucks. But you know, these things happen, man. You always know when you book a big name, it's a possibility. Of course, if you want to hear E40, you could just turn us off and turn on the game because he was on there this morning.
Oh boy, but clear in HD.
It happens. It happens, man.
I do. It wasn't a ghost type of situation. Yeah. I talked to his manager RJ this morning. He was really sorry. He's like, man, you know, we have this emergency flight we got to catch, man, and you know, we definitely want to do this, man, but you know, we won't be able to make it. So it wasn't one of them things where we just don't hear from him or nothing like that. He hit way early.
That happens too.
That does happen too. He hit way early, man. It was like, man, I'm sorry about this, but you know, this came up. So,
and one thing that was important with those types of situations, you can always say, yo, let's just jump on the phone, record 15 minutes. That's not what we're trying to do, man. We're trying to hop on the video and hang out and spend some time together and dig deeper into conversation. So we'll get that scheduled at a later time, hopefully, you know, as soon as next week, if schedules permit. But we'll get E40 here on the show, and you know, the game is our family. He was on there this morning. It was a fun conversation with him and Butch and Bonte for sure. And just be clear, that's all love. Bonte was the one who helped set this whole thing up. So,
absolutely.
It's all love over there. It was fun to hear that, and we plan on having just a slightly different conversation. So when we're able to book E40, man, we most definitely will. But as we mentioned, today's show is absolutely loaded for you. Oh, by the way, as many in the chat already know, well, Kings fans probably already know too. Monte McNair spoke to the media this morning.
Monte.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, no. We ran that.
He was saying stuff, not saying. He's Peyton Manning-esque sometimes, man.
He did that today. He did. He was very Peyton-y today. Very Peyton-y, very Andrew Luck-like. I miss Andrew Luck's press conferences, man. Those things were eventful.
You know, we're just going out there and we're that kind of.
I miss that dude, man. I miss that dude.
I don't know what he's doing right now.
God, I have no idea. He literally has never been seen again.
Never.
Y'all gonna boo me? Okay. Dude, he's like, man, could someone just shoot us a message, let us know Andrew Luck's okay? Like, I mean, even Jim Irsay was like, I haven't talked to Andrew Luck in like a year. Damn.
He's out. He's out. I ain't dealing with you people.
But as Dr. David said, Monty spoke, but he said nothing. He actually said a couple of things that got my attention.
Me too.
And we're going to run those back for you here as the day goes along. We'll have those back for you, as a matter of fact, here in this first hour. So there's plenty of Kings talk ahead, but we'll start with the 49ers. After all, it is a 49er Friday. It's the 49ers and the Packers. I know my partner's hyped for this one. We got game day with Kenny Caraway coming up Sunday at 3:20. Sunday night football. You can't get a better way than that, a bigger way than that to open the season at Levi Stadium with fans in attendance. Hell, remember the exact date they were at Levi Stadium last, because it was a whole lot. It was a whole lot further back than just week 16 or 17 of last year. It was at least a month before that, at the very least a month before that.
Okay, let me try and guess, because I'm doing this on the fly right now. I think it was the. Don't tell me. This is making for great radio. I'm trying to think.
You do, bro.
Of what game? It wasn't the Saints. It wasn't the Rams. It wasn't the Bills. Jesus.
You're really good at stating the games that it wasn't. Now let's try stating the game that it was.
Was it the Dolphins?
Oh,
No,
that
they
feels
had
like it
another.
was too early
They
in the
had
year to be
another
the
home game
Dolphins.
after that. No, maybe it was the Rams, the Sunday night game against the Rams.
Let's see here. We've got that was at Los Angeles. I don't know. This is
Sunday
funny.
night against the Rams. I think it was.
Are you sure?
There might be one after that, but I think it was Sunday night against the Rams. It
Okay.
was the last home game they had.
So the Packers game was in Arizona?
The Packers game was in San Francisco.
So
Thursday
the last,
night game.
because the next two games were on the road in New Orleans. Then they had a bye. Then they had the Rams game.
Mm-hmm.
Then Buffalo football team.
Yeah, those were all in Arizona.
Those were all in Arizona.
Yeah.
So the last team to play at Levi Stadium was the Green Bay Packers.
As the great philosopher Cameron Giles, a.k.a. Cameron, would say, what a coinky dink.
Do you have a book of like Dipset sayings in front of you that you're going to hit this one today?
That's an all-timer, though. What a coinky dink.
So it's the Green Bay Packers and the San Francisco 49ers. The last two, that was on November 5th, by the way. The San Francisco 49ers last home game.
It's almost November 5th again.
Game
it's not that far from November 5th again.
Was almost 11 months ago.
Wow. I mean, obviously they've had training camp and stuff, but they hadn't even really been in Santa Clara that much in the last 11 months. Like they didn't play, what was that, almost 2 months left in the season before they played. And then you got almost like you said, 11 months. They probably, they had training camp, but man, that's crazy. They hadn't been in Levi's but one time for an open practice in the last 11 months. It's crazy.
They'll be back there. They will be back there with fans in attendance this Sunday night, the Sunday night football home opener for the San Francisco 49ers. I got, official predictions coming later. There's a number of different things to dive into about this game. Again, Brian Baldinger is going to join us at the bottom of this hour. He'll really be able to dive into this game. But we've seen two completely different versions of each team. Now, in the Packers case, there's a little bit more extreme. They put up 3 points, and they were a disaster. Like they were awful in the season opener. Bounced back a little bit against the Detroit Lions and put up 35. And it's as righted the ship. I got the trolls off our back, as Aaron Rodgers would say. For the 49ers, the season started with the Detroit Lions. They put up 41. The last 3 minutes made things a little bit interesting, changed the narrative of that game just a bit. And then they had more of a slugfest against the Philadelphia Eagles the week after. So in the 49ers case, all love, they won both games, but two very different type of games. And looking at the way that we know Kyle Shanahan likes to play, run first, everything else later. Hell, even if I'm running with Debo or Brandon Ayuk, if I'm running with someone who's not a running back, I'm running first.
Yes.
I don't know that I'm of the, Elijah Mitchell, Raheem Mostert, Trey Sermon, like it's been running back after running back after running back injured. I know we focused on Raheem Mostert last year. Tevin Coleman missed time. You know what I mean? JaMychal Hasty missed time. JaMychal Hasty's out. Like a number of running backs. Everybody, all of the running backs last year missed time, just as what is happening again this year. I know, Kyle, I know that offensive staff is really good at running the football. I don't know that I'm of the belief that they can just put anybody back there and be successul.
Yeah.
And that's my concern about this game right now for the 49ers.
And I agree with you. I think at some point you need, as much as people like to diminish the role of the running back or the running back is dying or whatever, you still need a talented guy back there. Not saying that Trenton Cannon or Kerryon Johnson, not saying that they aren't talented, but there's a reason they were where they were at. And Raheem Mostert, was the lead back here. Like that's not by accident. Like Raheem Mostert is a better running back than these guys. And as good as Kyle Shanahan and Bobby Turner are, it's asking a lot. Like I joke about it all the time, but I couldn't be a running back right now. Like they couldn't get me off the street. And once again, I'm
surprised they hadn't asked.
Not saying Trenton Cannon and Kerryon Johnson are on the same level as me. I'm not saying that, but there's levels to it.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree with you. I wouldn't just, even after what we saw from Elijah Mitchell in week 1, I wasn't so quick to just say, hey, everything's okay. They found another one. Everything's good. It's like, no, let's take some time. Let's see what happens. Let's see how it worked out. He had a very tough game week 2 against the Eagles. And I just feel the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, they're not going to be able to lean as much on the run game as he probably would like to. He's going to have to make the adjustments, and he's going to maybe have to throw the ball a little bit more than he would want while the game is still a game. You know, maybe if he's up by 2 scores late in the third quarter, early in the fourth quarter, yeah, you start to run it the way you want to. But to get to that point, you may have to pass the ball a little bit more than he's used to or that he's comfortable with.
Or he'll have to pass the ball a little bit more than he prefers to let Jimmy Garoppolo do. I think that's what you were trying to say. You're talking about being comfortable. You're talking about all these different things. Really, it's more than he's comfortable with letting Jimmy Garoppolo do. Because as you said, through the 13-month history of this program, Kyle doesn't trust Jimmy Garoppolo.
Mm.
And hell, we might get the clearest indication yet that Kyle Shanahan doesn't trust Jimmy Garoppolo this weekend against the Green Bay Packers. Because if RB8 is out there carrying the ball 12 times and RB9 is out there carrying the ball 11 times, it's like, wow.
Yeah.
Y'all would rather go with practice squad running backs than your starting quarterback.
Yes, that is definitely a concern. Now, we have eyes and ears on the streets in Santa Clara right now. A little bit of good news.
Okay.
Trey Sermon and Elijah Mitchell are practicing.
Okay.
Trey Sermon's blue jersey, because he's in protocol.
Yep.
That's off. Not wearing a blue jersey. Okay. So
I like blue, but that's fine. I have another. I don't like it. I just preface this. I don't like it. I have another theory on this week's game.
Epiphany?
No, a theory.
Okay.
I do not have epiphanies.
I'm just checking.
You have epiphanies. I have theories. We'll step out. We'll come back. I'll let you know what that is. Brian Baldinger. Baldy's Breakdown is going to join us coming up here in about 14 minutes. We're just getting started, man.
Yeah, man. It's a Friday, baby.
It's
you know how we do
Fridays
here,
Friday.
Let's go.
I think we need to dip into that McQueen in the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We'll step out. We'll come back. Lots more ahead, including what Monte McNair said today at media availability on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Running 37.70 on thumbs up. Come on. Let's get the thumbs up.
I think that was obviously a stupid poll question. I'll try to figure out.
He don't know what time it is. Bro. He know about that dipset. You know what time it is.
Man, y'all, goodness gracious, y'all really turned out for that media thing on Twitter. The setup on Twitter is a bit different. What's wrong?
I might have missed this part because I went back and watched the Monty interview.
Oh, Andrew?
They said you stayed petty. You stayed on brand.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I stayed petty. And someone sent him that video too, and he's probably watching right now. Hi, Dave. I'll talk to you later, Dave. Don't worry about it. I didn't go all Deuce Mason on him or anything.
No, that was some funny stuff, man.
I didn't think that would be Odyssey appropriate, so we'll leave that one to. We'll let that one ride. See, Josh Gordon got reinstated.
I did see that, man. Good luck, man.
I mean, yeah, you just don't have a team to play for.
Yeah. Good luck.
Hey, Kyle, you want a big target to throw the ball to?
Look, man, I'm not gonna say they need one, but I'd take a flyer on Josh Gordon right now, today. Mm-hmm. I'd take it. What you got to lose?
Mm-hmm.
Even with him,
nothing. You got nothing to lose.
Even with him, like always having his issues, it's not like he's a malcontent.
Mm-hmm.
No disrespect, because I don't think. Hopefully he's turning himself around, but it's not like he's Antonio Brown, where he'll come in there, destroy the locker room, and then he'll be gone in 2 weeks. It's just he comes in there, he seems to be cool with everybody, and he can't get past, his demons, but he's not a problem, it don't seem like.
What about this? Oh, where'd it go? What about this?
I thought about it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Thought about it yesterday. The question is, I was about to say the question is, where do you find the money? But once you move on from this quarterback, it's opened up a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have Warner, Kittle, their extensions kick in. So those are issues.
Is there one that didn't? Is there one more that needs to be done? Or are they all done?
The Bosa is the one that's coming down the pipe.
Okay, that's right. Yeah.
Bosa is the one that's coming up. But I mean, that's what you get paid for, Parag Marate. You can figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
You can figure out the money to get Devontae out here, bring him home.
Apparently, Sub Katie's husband is the king of petty. This man will leave the toilet seat up and blame me when it is not down. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna say,
Pino, chill. We don't need the Chiefs getting any more weapons. All right. Matter of fact, we need to start taking weapons away from the Chiefs. Okay.
Yeah, you and Rich can calm down. Look, I think you found your best friend over here, and I don't know. I forgot what Rich's handle is. Rich is in here. Rich from Baton Rouge. Yeah, we don't need all of that.
Baton Rouge.
We don't need all of that.
Yeah,
he's
bad,
next.
My bad. Next. No, my bad. It's 97. You're correct. Sorry. That's 10 cents in the jar from me.
Yeah. Okay. What's good, baby?
Yeah. It was on. What's up, man?
It was on our old night chat. Maybe draft day. Maybe it was draft night.
It was draft night.
Yeah, it was draft night.
That one made me laugh pretty hard when I heard it.
So 49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil and consumed right here in Sacramento and all over the world. For those watching on Twitch and YouTube, you could consume McQueen. Rich is in New Orleans. He can consume McQueen and the Violet. We got folks in Baltimore and Brooklyn and all of that. You could consume McQueen and the Violet Fog there as well.
I was laughing because me and Jazz, we came across this TikTok or something. It was on Instagram, but it was for
Jazz,
the culture.
The official media relations person for Dillo and KC, by the way.
Facts. That's facts. the anti-Karen Civil. She's Karen Civil, but she keeps all our money in house. She don't do nothing crazy. But the post was about for the culture. And when you hear certain notes within the first 2 or 3 notes, and that was one of them. Ding. Ooh.
Yeah.
All you hear is that ding, and you know exactly what it is. That was one of them for sure.
I'm trying to think of other ones. What's another one I'm thinking?
They had
keep on because the Force it's got a lot of power in it. It makes you feel like start to don't stop till you get it. They had a oh man, I'm gonna tag you in it on Instagram. Maybe I'll put it on my stories. But they I think I got, if they had 8, I got 7 of them. One of them was a CC somebody. I didn't know this. Music Factory.
It was I want to say it wasn't Winans. I would remember that. Not CC Peniston. Oh, I can't. I didn't know the song though.
I don't think it's CC.
And I was feeling insecure about myself after I didn't know.
Oh no!
I was like, come on.
No.
What is this? The title specifically said, "You should know this one."
Oh yeah, you gotta tag me in that. I gotta see what that's all about.
I got like 8 or 9, 7 or 8 or something like that.
You'll hear what Monte McNair had to say about Davion Mitchell, about the Sacramento Kings. Is it playoffs or bust? And are there more moves on the horizon? Well, of course, Monte McNair isn't going to be like, yes, of course, I'm trying to move a variety of people. He's not going to say that, but what he said got a lot of people's attention, including ours. We'll run that back for you here coming up in just a little bit. Brian Baldinger, coming up this hour. Brian Baldinger is joining us in about 10 minutes to talk about the San Francisco 49ers and the Green Bay Packers. We were talking about the issues at the running back position, Casey. And I don't like it. I want to be clear. But I have a theory about how this week's game may play out. We talked about Elijah Mitchell being healthy, talked about Elijah Mitchell practicing, which is awesome. We talked about Trey Sermon practicing, which is awesome. Green Bay Packers defense setup is a little bit different than the Philadelphia Eagles setup. We didn't see any Trey Lance last week. I get the feeling we might see some Trey Lance this week. And we might see more Trey Lance Sunday night than we saw in week 1. And that was only 4 snaps. We might see significantly more Trey Lance in that matchup against the Green Bay Packers on Sunday night than we saw in week 1.
Interesting.
You have a guy who can get the ball, whether it's run pass option, whether it's designed run plays. Hell, maybe it'll be designed pass play. I don't know, but I think you'll be able to, if Elijah Mitchell's not there, if Trey Sermon's not cleared, you can't get him going. I think instead of sticking with them, Kyle Shanahan would be more apt to attempt to try something different with Trey Lance.
So let me ask you this, because I was having this discussion with Jesse and Danny in San Francisco. And I was like, and this isn't just you, this is, everybody, even myself to a certain degree. Are we really trying to force this Trey Lance thing in here? Because I look at it where I don't feel like there's any reason to play him other than Jim Harbaugh. Wow, that was a long time ago. Kyle Shanahan saying, I don't want him to go 2 years without playing. But other than that, I mean, you've got a starting quarterback. He's 2-0. Even if he struggles, I don't, you know how I am. I've talked about this. I'm a little old school when it comes to this, a little more quote unquote conservative about this, right?
Oh dear.
Not yanking quarterbacks in and out. Like, I'm not into all that. Like, I understand. For Trey Lance to play, like, got to get him in. Is his 4 plays, 5 plays going to matter that much?
No. Hey, I'm not advocating for this. I'm wondering, like, is there a method to, like, I think there is a certain aspect of Kyle Shanahan that does enjoy throwing stuff out there and kind of making people guess. You know what I mean? Like, I think there is a part of that he really likes. I think the Mac Jones stuff, I think he loved it. I think he absolutely loved it. What did he say the day Trey? I didn't say nothing. Y'all, we made the trade, and y'all, I didn't say anything. Y'all had these sources and this and that. Like, I
just let you guys run with it.
He loves that stuff, the starting quarterback thing. Oh, y'all know. I don't need to tell you who the starting quarterback is. You know who the starting quarterback is. Meanwhile, everybody's sitting there with their laptops and their pad and pens like, yeah, no, we do. Sure. We all knew it was going to be Jimmy Garoppolo, but he showed us enough in preseason to make us think, okay, is he playing both of them? Is it a short leash? Like, that's the caveat, right? Oh, Jimmy Garoppolo's the starter, but he messes up. He starts, throwing a couple of bad passes. He's going to put Trey Lance in. Shoot. That first, quarter and a half on Sunday? Man, if you ain't going to yank him after that, you probably ain't going to yank him at all.
That's very true.
That was rough. So I think there's an element to that he likes, but I do believe he wants to get Trey involved. And my concern is, and this is why I preface this whole thing with saying, I can see this as a possibility, though I don't like it. I don't want him using Trey Lance as a gimmick. But if they're short on running backs, I think maybe he would be more apt to go, because we've just talked about how Kyle doesn't trust Jimmy Garoppolo.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now you've got an opportunity to put Trey Lance in, disguise it as you need a dual threat, or disguise it as you need a guy who can run, or disguise it as a guy who needs to keep the defense more honest, because Elijah Mitchell couldn't do it, or Trey Sermon couldn't do it. They couldn't get anything going there.
Yeah, I understand. I get what you're saying. And
I want to be wrong.
Hell, he's already tried it. You know, he's already done it as far as got Lance in there in game one. You know what I mean? I didn't like the way he looked. Maybe Kyle saw it and was willing to try it. And was like, I don't like the way this looks either. I don't think I'm going back to that. Or maybe it was just one of them things where Philly, their front line is ferocious. And he's like, I'm not going to put the kid in that situation. But I go back and forth with it, because part of me is like, just let Jimmy play, let him work through whatever he needs to work through over the course of a game. If you don't trust him, let him manage that the right way. But then on the flip side, when they have a 3rd and 7 on like the Eagles 43 and you run the ball, it's like, well, Trey can do that. If you're gonna have that level of conservativeness, just put Trey in there now. You know what I mean? So I go back and forth with it. I feel like they're gonna have to throw the ball on Sunday to, number one, take advantage of some of the mismatches that they have going up against that Packers defense, and also to get guys going. Debo's going right now, but they need to get Kittle going. They need to figure out what to do with Trent Sherfield and Brandon Ayuk. Get them some touches, get them feeling good about themselves. So I think the ball going in the air is going to be the way to success on Sunday night. And for that, maybe you just ride with Jimmy.
Don't misunderstand my question, please. But I do have one, because you said this earlier in the week. I wanted to pull up Jimmy Garoppolo's game logs and see what's the most amount of throws he's had in a game. You talking about getting George Kittle involved.
Mm-hmm.
Is getting George Kittle involved important because like he's a weapon, or you feel like the offensive game should center around him? Because I don't think there are very many tight ends that you go, we've got to build our offensive game plan around him. Now, maybe Kittle is one that you would do that for. Kelsey being another, there's 2-3 around the league that you would do that for. But is that the idea?
Well, I just look at it where, and this is also very reactionary to Sunday, right? Because in the game before, they put up 41 points. So there could be nothing wrong with the offense. They just had an off day. But when your offense is struggling,
some would say an off night, but
off night, we love off nights here in Sacramento. That's for sure. But when your offense is struggling the way it was for most of the day against Philadelphia, and you're not using worst case scenario, your second best offensive weapon, if not your first. It's like, I don't want to see that again. I don't want to see you struggling on the offensive end and not using your best weapon. That doesn't make any sense to me. And against Detroit, everything was humming with Debo and the running game and things of that nature. Let it flow. Kid only has 4 catches. He only got 4 catches. It's no big deal. But when you need it, to me, it makes no sense to not get the ball to your guy when you're struggling. So I guess it's just a little bit of the last thing we saw was the offense struggling. And if it's struggling like that again, I don't want to see George Kittle with 4 targets that the ball goes 3 yards total in.
Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger set to join us. Insider calls are sponsored by the Rocket Mortgage 2021 Pro Football Pick'em. Turn your football picks into $10,000 in and now by texting PICKS to 20357. That's PICKS to 20357. You can also hear Brian with Jason Lockenfora on Baldy's Breakdowns with new episodes out every week. Just search Baldy on the Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Let's bring in our man, Brian Baldinger. Baldy, we were talking about George Kittle here. Is it imperative for Kyle Shanahan to get George Kittle going here against the Green Bay Packers?
To be offense looks better when the ball's in George's hands on a regular basis, that's for sure. I mean, he's just ferocious after the catch. He's got great hands. It does look better. It looks like it, has more explosion to it when he's involved, for sure.
Baldy, we've got a little bit of a discussion here about Kyle Shanahan getting Trey Lance involved and getting him some snaps to go along with Jimmy Garoppolo being in there. I'm a little old school with that, Brian. You played, way more about this than I do. Is that something that the players, the rest of the players in the locker room look at it as they'd rather just have the one guy that comes into the huddle all the time? Or are they perfectly fine with quarterbacks coming in and out like that?
Well, I don't think anybody had any problem with Trey Lance winning their week one and threw a touchdown pass in his first NFL play.
That's true.
So I don't think players care. I mean, I really don't. I think I think they trust the coach. I think they believe in the coach a great deal. I was a little surprised. I announced that game last week in Philadelphia, and we also, the offense struggled. Jimmy wasn't great in the first, quarter and a half of that game. I thought we might see him, but at the same time, I think Kyle knows he's got to be careful that if Jimmy is struggling, that he's just going to pull him, and go with Trey I think he needs Jimmy to know that he's a starter, even if he's struggling. And the way the defense was playing, where they were just keeping the score, real close there at 3-0, that they could afford to keep, another series.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's going to be game to game, and it's going to be real situation specific. As to when Trey gets on the field.
Baldy, with Elijah Mitchell practicing today, Trey Sermon practicing as well, but we know that the running back depth chart has been depleted a little bit through the first 2 weeks of the season. You talk about situations for Trey Lance, given the depletion of the running back position. Could this be one of those situations against the Packers on Sunday night?
It's possible. I mean, I could see them creating runs for Trey, whether it's a wildcat situation or, whether it's quarterback powers and, because he's a good runner and he's big and he's strong. So I could see, not any sort of a commitment with him at running back, but I could definitely see Kyle in situations saying, okay, let's get him out there. He's, whether it's, like I said, whether it's specific to third one or short yardage or, whatever it might be, I could see that take place just because of just how banged up they are at that position, going into this game.
Baldy, we started off the conversation talking about George Kittle and getting them involved in the offense. Yeah. And one of the Baldy breakdowns from last week was talking about how much this team, starting with Trent Williams and George Kittle, they love to block. And you focus in on a couple of these pancake blocks from both of them. And while he's not catching the ball, George Kittle, he doesn't slack at all with blocking. Can you talk to me a little bit about the importance of not only just blocking? We all know blocking is important, but this group seems to be energized by the way they block in the pass pro and in the running game.
Well, just the history of George. His father was the offensive line coach at Oklahoma for a long time. So, and then if you go to Iowa, he went to Iowa as a 200-pound freshman. They literally said to him, you're not getting on the field until you can block. They don't really throw it that much to begin with. They're in two tight end sets almost every single play. And so if you want to get on the field at Iowa, you better be able to come off the ball, roll your hips, and move people. And so, the history of George, the foundation of George Kittle, is blocking. Now, he set an NFL record for, receiving yards by tight end. That was sort of like the bonus because he is fast and he is so strong. But he takes a great deal of pride in it. And, for the last decade, Trent Williams has been as good as anybody at left tackle as far as just run blocking. I mean, he's very gifted and, he's very talented and he's powerful. He could be an all-pro guard. He could be a Hall of Fame guard, the way that he can run and hit people and move them, same thing and tackle. So you don't have to go very far into any game and to watch those guys, kind of give themselves a Jersey Shore fist pump after those good blocks that might not get picked up by, the mainstream people just watching the game,
Don't get picked up by Baldy, though. Brian Baldinger, obviously NFL insider with us here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Came across this stat, Baldy, about the motion offense and play action and how similar Kyle Shanahan and Matt LaFleur are in that regards, that they run the motion offense more, or they run motion pre-snap motion before, more than other coaches in the league. How similar are these two in terms of their offensive approach?
They both do a lot of pre-snap motion. There's no question about it. I think they're completely different. They really are. I mean, well, first of all, Green Bay has got two really good, healthy running backs in Jones and and A.J. Dillon. I mean, they're really talented. But I think Green Bay is very tight end specific. You don't see quite as much wide zone from Green Bay as you do San Francisco, and you don't see quite as much bootleg offense and play action pass offense like Kyle does. I think they're different, but that stat is. I'm not arguing with the stat. But they do the pre-snap motions differently for reasons. George Kittle goes in motion every single play he's on the field. Sometimes it's to kind of indicate what the defense is doing. Sometimes it's just they're just shifting the strength and to see if the defense adjusts to the strength. So they do it for different reasons, I think. But they're both very creative, and they're both really good at getting the most out of their personnel.
I want to go to the other side of the ball real quick, and I was so impressed by what the 49ers defense was able to do against the Eagles and Dylan, who looked like they were, and they still might be very, very good, but very much improved on the offensive end in that game against Atlanta. The defense came in there, played a hell of a game, got the big goal line stop. It was a great performance by them. But on one of your breakdowns, I saw you zoom in specifically on Nick Bosa, and you said he looks like he's back. And Baldy, just speak to a little bit about how having a guy like Bosa out there that you have to account for if you're the other offense for every single play, and you may stay away from him for 55 minutes of the game, but in the last 5 minutes, he can come get you and completely wreck what you're trying to do. What are you seeing from Nick Bosa in his return back to the lineup?
Well, what I saw two things that really jumped out at me. And this is only the second game now, obviously, since the horrific injury last year. But I see the power. We'll take it back. He went up against Jordan Mailata. Mailata is 381 pounds. Not many tackles or people that are that size, that kind of power. And he had some good rushes against him. And then I saw a change of direction. And that's what you're really looking for, is because all defensive linemen have got to chase screens. They're in charge of the screens. And so, they ran a read option at Nick once. He was kind of ticked off. He was in good position, and Jalen Hurts got him. Maybe the only time they got him all day for a decent run. But, what I saw was his ability to just put that left foot in the ground and change direction and go chase the play. And, the one thing about Nick is he plays really hard. And when he's on the field, he gives it everything he's got. And you saw it on that play. And so I think, as he gets more and more comfortable, as he gets more and more used to, after that injury, you basically have a new knee. And you have to understand that it's going to feel different until it doesn't feel any different at all. But I'm sure he's in that phase where it still feels different, and he's still wondering, am I as explosive, as powerful, as strong? And, only he knows. But from the naked eye, the guy that, loves to watch him, I'd say that he's pretty close.
Baldy, we were joking about this yesterday as we were telling everyone you were going to join us today. How much football do you watch a week? What is your process in doing all of this?
Well, 16 games. I spent 4 hours on last night's game just because it was so interesting to me. And I had kind of a free morning, so it was easy. But, I did the 49ers-Eagles game for national radio last week, so I saw that game. And then I went literally home to get something to eat, and then went over to NFL Films and watched it, on the coach's tape, and then started getting into some of the 1 o'clock games. And Mondays and Tuesdays they're literally 15-hour days. Now, some of it, I'm doing a lot of breakdowns for different groups and, different networks and whatnot. So I got to hone in some work. But generally, you got to go through these games to see what's going on, to see what's happening. So, and so that's kind of, I used to do college football every Saturday, and it just became too much. I couldn't do, it was hard. I love doing college football, don't get me wrong, but it was too hard. It was too hard to do both. So I'm kind of just locked into this thing right now.
We speculated that you watch every game at least 2.5 times.
Well, that's not true. There was certain blitzes that Phil Snow had last night that, if I was another team, I'd take a long, hard look. Now, I know he doesn't, a lot of teams don't have the personnel that Carolina has, but I'd take a long, hard look at some of the things that he's doing and going, I wouldn't mind, stealing that idea because, they lead the league in sacks. They're one in defense. He's a really talented coordinator. So, some of these things you just want to see. Wow. All right. I'm going to file that one because somebody else is going to do that pretty soon.
Yeah. Baldy, we'll get you out on this. You're a competitor. I think you're like me. You love competition. And I know you love football, but you watch everything. You're in and around Philly. What's going on with Ben Simmons, Ryan? What's going on?
Oh, man. It's a mess. I mean, he's got to get better. You can't not look at the basket in a playoff game.
Yeah.
You can't do that. And when I watch Ben, you love everything about him except his shooting. So what happened? When I watch him in pregame warmups, he has the worst pregame warmup of anybody I've ever seen.
Jeez.
If I watch I know I'm seeing 30 shots from the corner from the arc.
Yeah.
If I'm watching LeBron, he's got a pregame warmup. It never changes.
Yeah.
I watch Ben. It's like a summer league. Stop it. Work on it.
All these breakdowns on Ben Simmons coming to a social media account near you. Baldy, we appreciate you, my man. Thanks as always. You're the best.
Take care, Baldy.
Guys, take care, man. Enjoy
All right.
the game this weekend.
Indeed, you too. That's Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger. Insider calls are sponsored by the Rocket Mortgage 2021 Pro Football Pick'em. Turn your football picks into $10,000. Enter now by texting picks to 20357. That's picks to 20357. You can also hear Brian with Jason Lockenfora on Baldy's Breakdowns with new episodes out every week. Just search Baldy on the Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts.
I think I do need that Baldy breakdown on a Ben Simmons. I think
sound like
need that.
It does sound like it'd be very pretty. That was
Said that man at the worst warm up he's ever seen.
That was a brief, dude. I've heard that, dude, about NFL or NBA guys. Like there are some NBA guys like who say, "Yo, I went and worked out today." Okay, what'd you do? I just went and got some shots up. Like, yo, that's not a workout. Like, it's the same thing with a warm up. Like, would you go? Oh, I went and got some shots up. Like, what's the process? Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you working on?
Wow.
I wouldn't mind a Baldy's breakdown on Ben Simmons.
We need it.
I just feel like it'd be a bit scathing. We'll step out. Hell, we'll stick with basketball. We'll stick with the basketball theme since NFL insider Brian Baldinger took us that way. You'll hear what Monte McNair had to say this morning, including what he said that really got our attention. That's next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Baldy definitely would. I couldn't decide whether we should keep going or go to break right there. So
no, we're good. We're good.
Right there,
but it'll separate.
Yeah,
what's going on,
yeah.
It'll separate it. Stop it.
What's up? I mean, that's what happens to me all the time.
He got me confused.
Happens to me all the time. You're on the radio. That happened at the park. You're on the radio. Yeah, you're with Kenny. Yes, that's me. I'm the guy with Kenny.
Big cap, guys. Big cap. Big cap.
No cap. No cap.
Cole, come on, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah, Cole's asked that like 6 times. Fam,
come on,
doing.
Man. You already know what time it is, Cole. Stop playing with me, man.
Come on, man. I think Cole just needs some.
It's the exact opposite.
We got to put Cole on the screen. Yeah, we got to put Cole on the screen more. Make sure you get a little love.
It's the exact opposite of Nick Bosa, to be honest with you. You know. Yeah, we're on the stream. You know who's interesting? I'll just say that, just interesting. That whole Mahomes group. Patrick seems fine. I haven't seen anything from Patrick. But the mom, the girlfriend, the brother. Yeah, and his response after that.
Yeah.
That's an interesting group, man.
Yeah.
That's an interesting group.
That's the word for it. That's the word for it. Y'all ain't even interested in 49ers Packers. Y'all in here talking about Davion.
Yeah, somebody Steven was in here starting mess again.
Jeez. I need to come up with a new poll question and get off this trash one I put up earlier that I think is still a landslide.
Murph Dog is in here.
Word? Murph. Yeah, Murph Doggy. I ain't seen Murph in a little bit.
Oh.
Yep, 97 votes, 63 thumbs up. It's literally it's like one, it's just the same thing. Just click this button, click that button. It's 84%. What Kings player has the most to prove? 84% Marvin Bagley. What if I took Marvin out of it and just made it Buddy, Davion, Tyrese?
It'd be Buddy. Probably be 84% Buddy.
No. All right, I'm gonna end that stupid poll and get a new question.
You have a Gore, Willis, Steve Young, Bosa, Kittle, Jimmy G, Jerry. That's what's up, man. I got an old school Gore joint. Got an old school Gore joint. Got the P. Willie. I got a Bowman, black Bowman. I got to get a Kittle. Jimmy, you know what? I got an Alex Smith jersey.
You know, it'd be funny.
Authentic.
Get a black Bosa jersey.
Jerry Rice.
I was gonna say the one that you're wearing.
Yeah,
but people might have switched to the black one. If they could find the black one, they might get that one instead.
You can't find the cap no more.
Coach Molly knows what's up. That one or the black one?
Any of them.
No.
Like even if you go to eBay or something.
You want to connect with the show? Many ways that you could do it. 916-349-1320 on the phone lines. You could hit us on the live stream as well. Jump in the chat house, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320.
Greatest hip hop group of all time. Outkast.
Okay.
I think it's only between Outkast and Wu-Tang. I know a lot of people try to throw Tribe in there. Look, Tribe is very talented. I'm not really a Tribe guy. De La Soul, all this. Is Outkast or Wu-Tang, and that's really where
Brothers and Queens might have something to say about it. And Run DMC, but
I mean they're kind of like.
is this the Jordan versus Bill Russell conversation? Is Run DMC?
I'm glad you said Bill Russell because I was gonna be a little disrespectful. That's not.
Dude, was you gonna you know what? Don't even tell me what you're gonna call them because I ain't having it. Don't even tell me what you were gonna call them. I feel like you mentioned Bob Cousy once already this week. Like if you were gonna call them Bob Cousy, we probably would have never spoken again. So let's just ignore whatever route you were going. Let's just not go.
Who's the Bob Cousy of rap? Is it the Fat Boys?
Oh, that's no, because I don't think the Fat Boys are very revered. Bob Cousy is revered. I don't think the Fat Boys are. Rest in peace, like to all of them. But I don't know. I might have to sit on that. I need a new poll question. Maybe we could put that in the YouTube poll. As I posted what apparently was a dumbass question in the YouTube chat, which everybody jumped in on. They voted on this more hastily than they hit the thumbs up. What Kings player has the most to prove? I put Bagley, Davion, Buddy, Tyrese. I thought people might be more indifferent to Bagley. They very much were not. The answer with 83% of the vote was Marvin Bagley. So my bad on kind of misreading how all of that would be perceived. So we'll come up with a new poll question over there on YouTube and Twitch. Very, very interactive.
Who's the Bob Cousy or George Mike in a rap? They were hot at their time, but there's no way they would make it once the game evolved and had the evolution of hip hop.
We're just gonna sit here in silence as we think.
Bryce says the Beastie Boys.
So the problem with the Beastie Boys is they they hit different genres.
Yeah.
So like, even if the culture doesn't feel them, pop culture will. They'll always be up there, and you can't disrespect. I mean, they were a part of that original Def Jam group.
No, they're fine. Cole says Nelly.
Yo, Cole, yep, that might be accurate.
Oh, after EI, Nelly never put out another good song.
Well, I thought Country Grammar was his hottest record, but
it probably was. But EI came out.
After that's true.
After that,
EI,
all down.
All of his were kind of like nursery type, like they were basic. Even Country Grammar was basic, but
it was.
Stephen Brown hit us with one. It's a deep cut. Curtis Blow was very revered in his time.
Yeah.
You talk about guys that wouldn't make it today. I don't think Curtis Blow. I don't think the Christmas rap would pop the same way in 2021 or basketball. This is my favorite sport.
Basketball
up and down the court. I don't know what that.
But I'll tell you this: the basketball joint.
No,
no. Come on now. Come on. They play it today
because it's basketball.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why. It's not because it's a hot record. It's not because it's a hot record. Like they play Rapper's Delight too. Rapper's Delight is trash. But you play it because everybody knows it.
Down.
Rapper's Delight is trash. Stop it. You want a Bob Cousy? The Sugar Hill Gang is Bob Cousy. Okay, there's your answer. The Sugar Hill Gang is Bob Cousy.
That's probably a good one. Rapper's Delight is a dope song, though. Bob Cousy was a good player.
It is not dope, dude. No. Rapper's Delight is not a dope. No, it's not. It's not a dope record. It's not. Stop it. It's not. Tragic. Rapper's Delight is trash. We accept it because it's important, but it's not a good record.
Mark
hip to the hip hip. No, that's not. It's not good.
The song was still dope. Mark Wong, who always has good takes, this may be the worst he's ever had.
Okay.
Big Daddy Kane.
Oh, that's terrible. Block him. Big Daddy Kane had. You know what was dope about
Bryce? You might get blocked too because LL Cool J is not the answer. And I would make the argument he may be one of the most underrated rappers of all time.
Bryce, block yourself. The problem with LL is he kept rapping.
True.
He kept rapping when he probably should have stopped. When that, after Mr.
Lord have mercy. If the girl is thirsty, I'll have a man reimburse me.
Oh, God. He dropped, and you know what? I feel like that record was played on the radio.
Oh, it was a huge song. Head Sprung was a huge song, but it was corny.
I feel like he dropped one hot album after Mr. Smith, and I can't remember what it is, but that
10,
was probably.
Or was it not? Yeah, 10, I think it was. Because that had Love You Better on there. Love You Better was a big song.
10 had, okay, then that was the album. Yeah, because that was a huge record. That album, I think,
like his last good song.
Okay, so I'm getting killed. So everybody loves the Rapper's Delight record.
Yeah, you gotta chill with Rapper's Delight.
Whatever.
Why are we listening to Jesse?
Thank you.
That's the problem. Maybe you guys should.
Y'all really. Again, the record is important. It's just not good. It's not good.
Oh no, man. Oh no.
Now what you hear is not a test. I'm rapping to the beat. Yo, no.
But in their defense, for that particular song, not the group as a whole, everybody was rapping like that until Rakim came around.
That's wrong. Go watch Hip Hop Evolution over again.
Rakim didn't change the game.
No, I'm not. I didn't say whoa.
Like the way you flow. Rakim wasn't the first to do that.
No.
Okay, I'll watch Hip Hop Evolution.
He might have been the first one to put it on wax. He might have been the first one who got the record to do it. But you go back and you listen to that. No, the message is better than Rapper's Delight.
Absolutely.
But we always talk about Rapper's Delight.
The message is absolutely a better song.
All right. Y'all throwing tomatoes at me, getting me all fired up, pretending like this song is. That's fine. Hey, you know what? It's for the culture. I'm all fine pretending that it's good. Sometimes you have to acknowledge things that you don't necessarily like. Fine.
Like WrestleMania 1.
Yeah, I couldn't wait to watch King Kong Bundy versus S.T. Jones. Good break. WrestleMania 1 was trash.
I love when Liberace gets in the ring.
Spoiler alert. WrestleMania 3's trash too, but you can't. Again, things you're not allowed to say in mixed company. Let's hit the reset button here. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. You can throw tomatoes at us in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. I believe you can do the same on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. You can connect with us on the phone lines as well, 916-349-1320. We appreciate Brian Baldinger for joining us just moments ago. Ramona Shelburne is going to join us coming up in 20 minutes. Quinton Mayo at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Kyle Madson coming up at 2:17. Kyle Madson will be absent from the broom closet this week as he'll be roaming the streets of San Francisco today. Kyle Madson joining us on the phone again at 2:17. Monte McNair joined us earlier today. Many of you saw that press conference live here on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. And no, nothing groundbreaking from Monte McNair today. However, Monte McNair did say a few things that got our attention. One thing in particular, he talked about this being the roster moving forward.
No, this is going to be our team going in. I get maybe from a traditional standpoint, but I look at our roster and I see a lot of versatility, guys that can slide up, slide down, and really give us different looks. So talking with Luke, I think we're excited about the possibilities of different lineups, how we can match up to different situations. So, I think we have actually pretty good roster balance in the sense of maybe not traditional thinking, but like we can, defensively, shooting, ball handling. I think we can put a lot of different lineups out there to match up however we need.
Okay. Full disclosure, I don't think he would mind me saying this. Bryant West hit me after the press conference, was like, man, this team is not balanced. This team isn't balanced and set up perfectly. And I thought, yeah, no, I get that. But I think the part that stood out to people a little bit more was the line at the beginning.
This is going to be our team going in.
That's the team. This is it. There ain't no trades to be made between. The question has been answered. We don't have to ask James Ham anymore. We don't have to ask Deuce and Mo. We don't have to ask Matt George, Jason Jones, Jason Anderson. We don't have to ask anymore. It's been answered by Monte McNair.
This is going to be our team going in.
We've got the roster headed into training camp.
I heard something different.
Okay.
He didn't say this. Mm-hmm. This is what I heard. Yeah, this is the team going in. Unless it isn't.
I missed that part.
So this is going to be our team going in. I get maybe from a traditional.
I missed that the first time around. My bad. Thank you.
But I mean, I don't expect him to say like they're still working some things out with the roster. Mm-hmm. So I look for that. But if Daryl Morey gets on the line and wants to do a deal that he's interested in doing, that his roster ain't set in stone. He'll move some stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's the balance you have to strike when you're Monte McNair. It's the Peyton Manning juggling act that we talk about regularly. Peyton Manning talks, but he don't say anything. Mm-hmm. I don't know. This is our roster going in. He may mean going into Friday. Hell, he might mean that's our roster going into the weekend. I don't know what's going to happen Monday.
We might not be alive come the start of the season.
See, at least Kyle Shanahan is honest. We may all die this weekend. But it's not like Monty can hit us with this is our roster going in unless Daryl Morey's ass come off of that stupid price he keep throwing at me. It's not like he can say that. So he's got to, this is our roster going in. Mm-hmm. Until Daryl Morey's price come down, this is what we're doing.
Yeah. I'm interested.
Do you think that the roster is balanced?
Oh, that's what I was about to talk about, because I'm interested in why Bryant would say that there's no way it's balanced. Not really sure. Like when people say the roster being balanced, I'm not exactly sure what they're looking for. Because if we're going in a traditional sense, they go 10 deep with every starter having a direct backup if they want it. There is, and they play that role.
Sure.
So you got Davion as a point guard or backing up Fox. Mm-hmm. Whoever you want to put there. I'm going to put Buddy Hield for the sake of argument. Buddy is a shooting guard backing up Tyrese Haliburton. Mo Harkless as a 3 backing up Harrison Barnes. Sebenzi Metu as a 4 backing up Marvin Bagley. Tristan Thompson, Alex Lynn as a 5 backing up Rashawn Holmes. You only got 10 roster spots or 12 roster spots available. So if it was unbalanced, you wouldn't have a direct backup for 2 of those spots, and you'd have 3 at 2 other spots. I don't think so. I think it's pretty balanced. I think I agree with Monty where they can play a number of different ways with this particular roster.
Okay. Let's dig a little bit further into that, because you were talking about essentially depth, right? Mm-hmm. He was asked about this roster having better depth now.
Yeah, we think so. As we look at it, we have a really good mix of veterans as well as some younger guys that as we saw in Summer League, can step up and, hopefully help us as needed. And, as Luke and I have said, whoever can step on the floor and help us win is who's going to play. And, we're, whether it's injuries or whatever that night, that opponent, that game brings out, we think we have the guys that can do that. Hopefully 1 to 17. So, hopefully it'll be able to manifest itself how we think it will.
I want to play one more thing for you, KC. In addition to that, he's talking about depth. He also talked about what he liked about the roster.
So far, I think what I've liked the most is like the versatility of our entire roster. Seeing different combinations, out there and envisioning even others that we can try. I think at least compared to last year, we have a lot of, kind of tools in the tool belt that Luke can do, whether he needs to match up smaller, bigger, more offense, more defense. I think the versatility of the roster, not just positionally, but skill set wise, is really interesting.
So depth was a big conversation in today's media session with Monte McNair. And by the way, all credit in the world to guys like James Ham, Jason Anderson, Sean Cunningham. I'm sorry if I'm leaving anybody out. I think my man's name is Christoph. He's in Greece. All of the different people who were asking questions. I was just kind of rolling on it with everybody in the chat. What's so funny? Well, you're gonna burst out into laughter. You gotta at least tell me why.
No, just got a funny text.
Okay. All right. You gotta focus on your boy here, man. I don't know, but credit to all of those guys for asking questions and getting those responses out of Monte McNair, who he's he used to do all of his press conferences. No. But now he's actually giving answers, even if the answers aren't really saying anything. So credit to all of those guys for asking those questions. And again, depth, roster construction. He was asked about the offseason and was this how he felt about the offseason. And, we'll run that clip for you later. But with the roster as constructed now, Monte McNair says he likes the depth of it. He likes the stretch of the characters. He likes the stretch of the characteristics. He likes the stretch of everything that they bring to the court. And it still feels like they're missing something. And I think when, Bryant hit me earlier, I think that was his thing. Bryant's here in the chat now, but it still feels like there's something missing here.
And Bryant, he was just talking about, he said, at Kenny, the team is versatile at the guards and bigs, but we have 3 traditional forwards, Barnes, Woodard, and King, at arguably the most important position in today's game. They're unbalanced. I don't know why Harkless isn't looked at as a small forward.
Okay.
Because we talk about, the three position, and he talks about Barnes, Woodard, and King. Woodard and King might not play at all. I'm saying Harkless is the backup three, and he's the guy that's going to be backing up Barnes.
Okay.
And
so
is
the question?
He completely forgot about Harkless, so his bad. That's what he says.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I was like, is it a defensive matchup? Like, what's the issue there? But okay, I get it. I mean, I'm glad. Like you have been on and I give you all the credit in the world. You were on this you were on this from day one with Mo Harkless. I was like, Kenny, you got to let this go. Like, why is Mo Harkless going to come back here? But he did. Actually, that came up in conversation today with Monte McNair about all of the different players returning. Here's Monte McNair.
Certainly a big credit to Luke and his staff. Guys want to play for him. Like you said, Alex, even after a year away, coming back. Rashawn, a huge part of what we're doing. Re-upping on a big deal. Mo, who was here for just a half season, but really kind of ingratiated himself with especially the young guys with a little bit of a veteran presence and wanting to continue that. I think it's great to see, and add to that. Certainly De'Aaron last year extending, and Tyrese and Davion and all their comments. I think it's a testament to what Luke and I and the whole staff right here is building.
So lots of praise for Luke Walton, and I think that's a fair assessment on Monty's part, but particularly the last line. And I'm not going to dismiss what he said about Luke Walton. I think the fact that if it was bad with Luke Walton, if players didn't want to be around Luke Walton, if they didn't want to play for Luke Walton, they wouldn't have re-signed here.
Mm-hmm.
And I refuse to believe that Mo Harkless, Terrence Davis had no options at all. Like I don't believe that. And we know that that's not the case with Rashawn Holmes. But it was the line at the end that I really liked, and that's the one where he said it's a testament to Luke Walton and our front office group as to what we're building here. Maybe we don't see it, or maybe some of us are having trouble seeing it, or maybe we don't. Maybe we can see it, but we know that it's not all the way there yet.
Mm-hmm.
But with Terrence Davis and Mo Harkless, Rashawn Holmes, the players see something.
Mm-hmm.
They see something that says, I have options. I have places I can go play. I'm going to play here in Sacramento. It's not like these guys, it's not like Mo Harkless got a $15 million deal and he was getting offered league minimum by other teams. Like, I don't know what Mo Harkless was getting offered around the league, but I know he didn't sign like some monster deal to stay here.
Right. And that goes into, we told the story before that, I got people here and there throughout the city who, had information about this. And there was no, oh man, I've looked at what's out there. I don't have it. I guess I'll come back. And I'm talking about Mo Harkless, or man, the waters run dry. The well is dry out here. I'm gonna just come back here and prove myself. This was fairly early on. He was like, I like it here. I like it in Sacramento. I like what's going on. I want to build here. I'm perfectly good being here with this franchise and being in this city. So like you said, that's a testament to, or like he said, what the front office is doing, what Luke Walton is doing, because you got a guy like Mo Harkless. He's been around the NBA. He's seen successful organizations, successful teams, and well organized and well run organizations. So he knows what they look like. And he would know, in my opinion, if he came here and he's like, this is just trash. This is not what the NBA is all about. Like, I'm leaving. Like, it feels like, obviously, he didn't feel that way. So that's a good sign. That's a good start. You know what I mean? That's definitely a good start. Now, like everything else, man, you got to turn that into W's. But, yeah, that's a good start to hear that from Monte McNair. And that seems to be some of the feedback that he's getting back.
Now I'm laughing at something that popped up on my phone. Ross's firing doesn't torpedo the Wolves' hopes of landing Ben Simmons. Oh, we all knew that was coming. We all knew that was coming. Ben Simmons, the center of the NBA universe.
Ben Simmons season, SZN.
It never ends. Ramona Shelburne will be here with us to talk Ben Simmons season. I'm going to ask her some questions about the Timberwolves and what a disaster they are and why it's always the Sacramento Kings that get looked at as the face of dysfunction when you got this organization out there going through what they're going through now, and the fact that they've been all but 1 year just as bad as making the postseason. And as you point out frequently, and it should be stamped on that organization, they've had multiple number one overall picks that they've dropped the ball on. So Ramona Shelburne joining us in about 9 minutes or so. Yeah,
and then a little before, or maybe a lot after. Some moves made in Sacramento Kings basketball today, man, and
there was a couple. Monty confirmed the scout that we were talking about yesterday. It was Suron. He confirmed that today. He's like, that's a done deal. But I know that's not really what you're referring to. You're referring to the ownership stuff.
Yeah, ownership stakes being sold and collected and all this other stuff. I feel like that's it's a conversation. It's a conversation that needs to be had a little bit. I don't know. I don't know how much, to be honest with you, like it necessarily matters, but it could matter quite a bit, to be honest with you.
I'll be honest. I hadn't given it a lot of thought. Like to me, it was whatever. I'm curious to hear why it could potentially be a big deal. I know what my first thought was, boy, some of these leaks going to certain members of the media might disappear. Monte McNair has no control of the Sacramento Kings like 2 days into his tenure. Boy, some of that stuff might be eliminated.
Right.
Well, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that. Ramona Shelburne. Okay. Yes. Ramona Shelburne's going to join us, and ESPN's top 100 is complete.
Oh, joy.
5-1 has been announced. De'Aaron was not in the top 5. No, it's a list. You got a debate list. We'll do that. D'Lo and KC continue here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Just for the record, for all of y'all that are cackling, I didn't use his answer. I'm real. I didn't use his. So. For y'all over here cackling.
I don't know, man. I don't know if it's basketball hell anymore or not, to be honest with you. It's better. It's better than I think it's better than that.
Try to move my computer.
It's not perfect. It's not where it needs to be, but it's better than that. John Bull brought up a point. I'm not trying to go at him at all. It's just a point. I'm trying to find it. He says the issue is that there it is. The roster doesn't have a starting power forward. And I think Marvin Bagley is a starting power forward. He said got some players who can fake like they're a starting power forward, but there isn't one. I think Marvin Bagley is a starting power forward. And the question I would ask to John and everybody who feels like Marvin Bagley isn't a starting power forward. Number one, I understand the health is always the concern and relying on him. But number two, what is a starting power forward in this league if it's not Marvin Bagley? I feel like he might be a prototypical starting power forward today.
John Bull advocate. Maybe what he's saying is Marvin's not good enough for that position. Now, sure, you have one. Yeah, you have one, but it shouldn't. We need a better one. And maybe my assessment's wrong. John will type it out himself.
And I feel some people would say that for sure. I feel he is good enough. I feel he just hasn't been able to stay healthy. That's the most important thing, being able to be on the floor. And I think that's more the case than he just can't flat out play at the power forward position.
Oh, that's fine. He can't play at the power forward position. I can't center my damn screen, and it's driving me crazy. That's a little bit better than it was earlier. I feel like every time we go to the 3 screen, I'm like over here, or I'm like over this way. Hey,
I'm always looking at my center. Sometimes it's just the turn of the head.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, me too. That's what, like shifting my weight to this side so you can see the McQueen bottles shifting to this. Maybe instead of moving my computer around, I move my chair around, dumbass. Oh, walk-up music when the Kings enter the playoff. Well, I have to have options, though. I don't think you can enter your own options, so we got to have options to put up.
Make it the walk-up.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I think that I missed a part of the question. Hang on. Let me keep going back. Oh, here it is. Oh, okay. What's the greatest diss track? Yeah, I don't do Hit 'Em Up, man. But.
Yeah, I don't do Hit 'Em Up either. And to be honest with you, Hit 'Em Up was trash. Pac's verse was very strong. Yeah. After that, it just took a nosedive. So
I can't ride with
there's that. And yeah, like you said, just don't ride with it. I mean, I'm No Vaseline is probably number 1, hands down.
Yeah.
I'm willing to throw Takeover into that discussion.
Yeah, Takeovers. He had to reschedule, man. Sorry about that. Hopefully he'll be with us next week, or hopefully he'll be with us soon. Yeah, Ether was hot too.
Ether was very hot.
I just don't think it lasted.
It didn't last. And my people bring this up too. In the moment, it was like, oh my gosh. Mm-hmm. But if you listen to it, it's just like little dozens. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like,
mm-hmm. Our YouTuber Katie has started the best diss track of all time conversation here in the chat. So that's rolling along over on youtube.com.
I think everybody's going to go with No Vaseline.
I mean, there's some, I haven't seen a Takeover mention in here at all. Ether's in here.
Takeover was nasty.
Dre Day's getting some mentions. No, Takeover was very rest in peace-ish. It was like, oh, it was a good run. Now it's like, I mean, can we acknowledge like what was the name of the record? I don't even remember the name of the song, but I remember it was to the beat Hail Mary. Like 50 literally ended Ja Rule's career. Like 50 didn't drop a diss track. He dropped a diss mixtape, and Ja Rule was never heard from again.
Yeah.
Until his Fire Fest or whatever it was called.
That was
like he was, you talk about being eviscerated. Like he was gone. And I can't remember the name of that song, but I know I never to be that was the end of the documentary, and Ja Rule was never seen or heard from again until
he threw Wanksta out there, and that was just not cool. I know people, especially our demographic, our age group, they don't like to talk about this, but back to back, just take it back, take your mind back to when back to back came out from Drake, and he's like, "Is that a world tour or your girls tour?" Back to back when it came out. Come on, man. That was nasty. That was nasty. I thought my boy Meek was done.
Yeah. And it was weird for Drake and Meek to be beefing. That was weird.
It
was like,
silly. I'm glad they're friends again.
Like y'all are like Rick, like put both y'all on. Like, what are you doing? Like, I don't know. Yeah. That's hip hop, man. That's egos getting out there. We'll put that up on the poll question, since my last poll question like died a fiery death when I asked what King had the most to prove here. Let's bring in Ramona Shelburne of ESPN and the new NBA Daily Show debuting October 18th. Ramona, always great to talk to you. We appreciate you so much for joining us. Let's start with this. You've been covering the Ben Simmons stuff. It's Ben Simmons season, baby. When will it end?
You know, everybody's playing a game of chicken right now, right? I mean, from Ben's side, it sounds like he's never going to show up there ever. And Sixers are like, yeah, but you really going to go a whole season without playing? Are you really going to go a whole season without getting paid? And, I think the dynamic here, guys, that people kind of miss, all right? If he doesn't show up, theoretically October 1st is the first paycheck. That's $8 million that he would miss. And he's already paid one of his chunks, okay? So 25% he's already got over the summer. But if he doesn't show up and they decide, they have until October 1st to decide if they want to pay him, that first paycheck. That's kind of quick.
Yeah.
Like if you're trying to talk a guy back into staying, hey, man, let's just show up. Let's see if we can do something here. Let's see if we can make something work, right? You're trying to talk a guy into, showing up, not paying him after missing 3 days of practice.
Yeah.
So if you pay him on October 1st, now there's not another paycheck for several weeks, like deep into November.
He's got more time to think.
Right. And it's not like it doesn't come out of his pocket. Plus, if you decide, okay, we're gonna pay you, but we're also gonna fine you. That's probably the middle road. We pay you on October 1st, but we're gonna fine you every day that you miss. So it kind of accumulates some fines. He doesn't have to pay those fines right away. He can just let that accrue, and then if they end up finding a trade for him later, it's not like they're gonna say, "Hey, man, you owe us all this money in fines," right? You gotta pay it back. So I think there's a little overstatement about, it's really willing to go without the money. But the money is probably not going to come into play as much as anybody thinks. I think it's more, are you willing to sit out? A good chunk of the season? This is time. I just want to say, you're a basketball player. You don't want to sit out all season.
And Ramona, there's another. I heard something. I think it was one of your coworkers, Brian, or somebody was talking about. It's not necessarily as simple as if he doesn't show up, they can take his money. Like he has like an appeal or something like that, right? Where it could get real crazy even if he doesn't show up.
Yeah, so if he shows up, if he doesn't show up and they don't pay him, he'll file an appeal with the players union. And then that'll be stuck in appeals process for a while. He still won't be getting paid that whole time. But the union will fight on his behalf. It's a tough sell for the union. I mean, they have to do it because they're players union. But you are in breach of contract. If you have a contract and you're supposed to show up to work and you don't show up to work, I mean, that's in any industry you're in, like you don't get paid. You're in breach of contract. So, they could theoretically invalidate it if they. I think there's a sort of Godfather move where if he didn't show up for a certain amount of time, I think they could invalidate the entire contract.
Oh wow!
Wow!
So exact language in there. That's I don't think anybody would ever fly. We would never allow that. So I think this is a game of chicken, and I don't think it actually comes down to money as much as people think.
Daryl Morey's spinning the wheel like, come on.
How uncomfortable can you be, right? Who's going to get the most uncomfortable practice, and who cares? Now, I'm looking at it from the team standpoint, which is they're going to be in camp. They're going to get questions on it the first day. They're probably going to get questions the second day. But how they handle those questions and the things they say, then you decide, then you figure out, is it going to be a total, complete distraction the whole time? Or can they say, all right, we've answered our Ben Simmons questions. We're only answering questions about people who are here in camp. And I don't know, you guys have a pretty good sense of media, and especially in Philly. Think that'll fly?
Not much will fly in Philadelphia.
Facts. How do you? I mean, I know you're a journalist. How do you think this ends?
I think it gets traded. It's just a question of when. So I think the idea is, at some point, if they get off to a good start, they head off. Let's say they start off, 10-4, and they're rolling, and Tyrese Maxey looks great. And they don't really miss Ben Simmons. I think he's going to be waiting a while, right? Because of that trade materialize. If they get off to a bad start and they're 4-10, I think the trade happens sooner rather than later. But I would guess the trade does not happen until, I would say probably December 15th-ish or after that time, because that's when players who were signed to free agent contracts this past summer can be traded. So you're going to have the largest available pool of teams and trades and best options by then. They'll also give teams that, you know, if you're Philly, you want to wait and see what shakes out with Bradley Beal. You want to wait and see what shakes out with Dame Lillard, right? Like, you know, those are two guys that their teams are trying to keep them happy. Well, let's see how good a start they get off to. Let's see how those guys are, how happy they really are. Because those are two more stars that you can get involved with. But, you know, my sense is I think he probably waits until after that December 15th.
Yeah, you want to wait and see what happens with Marvin Bagley and Buddy Hield. Yeah, you want to wait. You know, Ramona, that's an inside joke that we have here.
No, but I actually like the trade with the Kings. Like,
I do too.
Random possible Ben Simmons trades. That would be like top 2 or 3 for me.
I think
Tweet
so
that.
too. Yes.
Tweet that.
We've been saying it for months, Ramona, because I think there's a belief out there. I'm not. Just for transparency, I'm not a huge Ben Simmons guy, so maybe I got his value a little lower than most. But I think there's a belief that, like, you have to get another all-star involved in multiple picks. I don't think that's the price for Ben Simmons. I think a fair price would be, we have what we call a universal deal here of Bagley, Buddy, and like 2 first-round picks. And I think that's a fair deal that Philly could get.
Not bad at all. I mean, look, you know, they're going to want Halliburton, of course, right? I mean, that, you know, everybody's going to ask for Tyrese. You don't have to, like, let's see what the value is. Let's see where the leverage is in the end. And I like, there's the best, you know, it depends on which way Philly goes. There's one option that says they just go and do it. You know, we had a 5-on-5 the other day where people talked out potential trades. I kind of like that Cleveland deal, the idea of, like, you know, bet against the Cavs, right? Like, so you do Kevin Love and 4 firsts. And you hope that you put life protections on those, and then, you know, then those 4 firsts, you either keep them for yourself or you use those to go chase Dame Lillard or Bradley Beal or whatever else, right? Like, you use those the draft capital you get. But I don't know. I still think Kevin Love can play a little bit. Like, I know he's got a big contract, but he's, you know, it's not a bad contract anymore. So, you know, I kind of like that idea, but I can still say I don't mind that Kings trade at all. I mean, Bagley's still, I mean, I would say healthy. But Ben Simmons is exactly what the Kings need in that it's like defense. It's defense, man. Like that, like the Kings are one of the worst defensive teams in the league, right? And that's
Ever.
holding them back. and I think, like, you get a player like that. I know he can't shoot. I know there's issues with his game. But if you play up and down, which is what they would do. I mean, they play fast. You know, Fox can play fast, right? They have some shooting around him. I don't know. I think that'd be a perfect market for him to get a fresh start, because he needs. I don't like the idea of him going to a real big market, you know, and having a ton of media scrutiny on him all the time. No offense, I mean that as a shot at Sacramento. It's different than being traded to New York or being traded to LA or San Francisco. Like that doesn't feel like a good place to have a fresh start. You know, so to me, I don't hate that trade at all, because you're trading for some guys with some upside. You get a couple of draft picks in there. Buddy Hield can help them. He's a shooter, man. Wow. The guy can play. So, like, of all those days, that one I don't dislike. There's a couple that you know that I kind of like a little bit better, but I don't think that you see those happen early. Sort of like something with Dallas too. I think Ben would be an amazing compliment next to Luka. I mean, you know, that would be interesting. And then, you know, there's always the New Orleans trade, right? There's what are they going to do to fit around Zion? And they got a lot of talent down there and a lot of draft capital because they've made 2 huge trades. Yeah. So they have a lot of draft picks from the Lakers and the Bucks. None of those draft picks can be good, but you know, still a lot of draft picks can get. So it's, you know, I still think this takes a while to take loose.
Speaking of,
now we probably jinxed ourselves, right? Like we probably happened. Like,
breaking news.
I mean, the truth is, I actually did think if there was going to be a trade with Minnesota, it would have happened. It could have happened fast. Around the training camp, but after what happened in Minnesota this week,
oh boy,
I don't think that's it.
Oh boy,
take a pause.
When the NBA Daily Show starts on October 18th, can you make sure that the Timberwolves are pointed out as can you take the punchline label off of Sacramento and put that on Minnesota? They have been as big, if not as bigger of a dysfunctional organization than Sacramento has, but for some reason, they get a pass because of Jimmy Butler and Jimmy Butler alone. That's the one thing that separates the Timberwolves from the Kings is Jimmy Butler. You got to fix that for us. That's it. That's it.
You know, look, I would put Minnesota at the top right now just because you have ownership changing over, but like not for 2 years. That's awkward. You know, like, you want it, you're not, right? Like, that's awkward. But like Minnesota has a whole bunch of number one draft picks on that team.
Yes.
I mean, when's the last time the Kings had somebody? I mean, I guess Bagley is the highest one, but they haven't. You know, to have Towns and they traded Wiggins, and now they have Edwards and D'Angelo was number 2 pick. I mean, you know, they got a lot of really high draft picks up there that to me you have a lot of expectations on that haven't really panned out at all.
No.
I don't know. What was the jump show within the show for the Kings? Was it
as the Kings turn? I voted for Days of Our Timberwolves or General Timberwolves. Either one will work for me.
Wolves, right?
That's right. Ramona,
we're still working out what that new show is going to be. We're still in process, right? We're in our own training camp, so we'll see what we're going to look like.
We're looking forward to it. Just real quick, did you vote on the NBA 75 list?
I don't think I did. No, I would have remembered if I did, right?
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
so since you didn't, in your opinion, so the list comes out. Do you think Luka Doncic makes the list? Ooh,
It's a little early for that, right? But
okay.
I think it's a recency bias. It's natural. It's just a natural recency bias.
So Ramona, one of the arguments, I can see him making it. I don't think that he necessarily should. Not that, I mean, it's all semantics, and when they do NBA 100, he'll be on that list, and he'll be high on the list. I get it, but the argument was Shaq was on the NBA 50 list, and that was 1996. And I was like, okay, Shaq was great, and he had gone to an NBA Finals at that point. Luka Doncic had gotten out of the first round, but I agree with you and my partner. I can definitely see him being on the list for sure.
Yeah. I just think that's how it's going to roll. Like, just, the current players who I think will be on, Kevin Durant, LeBron will definitely be on. I think I wonder about Harden. I wonder if he'll be on there. Steph, I think, will be on. I think Steph gets on. Giannis, 2 MVPs and Tyson,
You wonder about Harden?
Yeah, Harden's got to be on there if Luka's on there.
He should, but when you get down to it, like you always say, are you gonna he should be on? Of course, he's one of the top 35 of all time. But people will be like, oh, he hasn't won yet, or whatever. He had a bad year last year, but I think some of the trade stuff and how he left Houston hurt his. So to me, Harden was playing like MVP before he got hurt.
Yeah.
To me, after the trade, his first, he carried that next team. Oh, was he good?
Yeah.
And if he didn't get hurt, I would have voted MVP. He was that good. And, but he got hurt. He missed many games.
Ramona, and this is throwing a lot at you right now, but we also had a discussion here on whether or not Chris Webber would be on that NBA 75. I tried to do the math and kind of look at current players since the NBA 50. I feel like he might sneak on there. A lot of people. I think if it's 75, he's either going to be 74, 75, 76, or 77. It's that close for Chris Webber.
He probably would not have gone on except for the Hall of Fame during this year. And that just reminded people of how good C-Web was, right?
Yeah,
I think, as much as you want to say people really study and they dive in and all that, there's absolutely a recency bias that it's hard to get away from. And there's so few people who are actually qualified to vote in it. I don't think I'm qualified to vote in it. I've only covered the league for 15 years. Right? 15 points. I guess
you're qualified, Ramona.
Yeah, you're
definitely qualified.
Yes. Back then, I don't know the players from way back. I know the history, but I don't like stack them up, right? I leave that to Jackie Mack, right? Or people who've been doing this for, at least half of the 75 years.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, but
Under your belt,
I hear what you're saying, but we say you're qualified, Ramona, period. That's just what it is. All right. Ramona, before we let you go, I gotta ask you, and I gotta tell you, please tell the Dodgers to lay an egg this weekend, please. This is Giants country up here. Yeah, lay an egg. I need big time. And we need, maybe 2 out of 3 for Arizona this weekend. We just need that. Nobody wants to play game 163, okay? That's where it's heading. Nobody wants to play one game 163.
You know what? I hate that game 163. Like, what's it? They played 19 games. The Giants won one more. They won the season series. We don't even have a game 163.
Yes.
That's the dumbest rule. And it's such a disadvantage. I don't think it's like the playing game. Like, to me, the Warriors were the most disadvantaged team. The team that finishes ninth, you guys are on the road for the first one, and then you got a quick turnaround to play at home for the second one. But the team you're playing, they're on the road for that game, but like you played the harder team. Like the Warriors played a much harder team in that game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
163, that's a rough game because you got to use the guys who probably should be starting the wild card game. 163, because they're winning 163.
Yeah.
And then you got to use your second guy in the wild card game if you lose it. And then now by the time you get to the first round series, you're down to your third pitcher.
So the answer, Ramona, the answer is just Dodgers should just bow out. That's the answer. Just bow out. Just bow out of the division.
Hey, trust us, we don't either. We don't either.
I'm just enjoying it. I don't know how it's happening.
Every time I look up, Brandon Crawford's doing some kind of crazy play. Short Darren Roof, Monte Wade. Like, I was like, is it Lamont or Lamont?
Yeah.
Lamont, and it's officially late inning Lamont. That's what we call him up here.
Is that it?
Yeah.
They just got something going.
Yeah.
Ramona, we appreciate you so much. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Okay, have a good one.
Take care.
All right. Ramona coming to the cookout, man. That's for sure.
For sure. Oh yeah,
Ramona coming to the cookout. She liked the universal deal.
Yeah,
she all about it.
Put that on a shirt.
Yo, tweet it. John, cut the audio, send it out to the universe. Tag Ramona, tag Daryl Morey, tag Monte McNair. Monty, you listening?
Come on now, Daryl, are you listening?
Like, let's call Ramona back. Have her call Daryl. Have her call Monty. We could get the. Take the draft picks out of it to start. We'll look, one draft pick, maybe a protected one. We'll go from there.
Like, you twisted my arm. Here's the second one.
Honestly though, I do get the idea of the Cleveland deal.
Yeah,
because you get all those. But the Cleveland deal, as I think she explained it perfectly, you make the deal with Cleveland with the idea of doing a bigger deal with all those draft picks that you're getting, because that's what Portland's going to want. That's what Washington's going to want. And even though I don't think they're going to be in the business of moving either one of their stars this year, it's not like those picks are going to expire at the end of the season.
Yeah. And I would think, while Cleveland would have a good little core there with, I don't know what they'd have to, it would just maybe be Love, but if they have Sexton and Garland and Okoro and Mobley, they got a good little young core, but they're kind of, I think they would be in the same position as a Houston, where they're not going to be playoff good for at least like 2 years. You'd still 2 of them picks right there in a deal with that. So I'd understand that thinking as well. And Redacted is 100% right. That's a me. It is not late inning Lamont. It is late night Lamont. I'm embarrassed. So
I mean, but what if it's a day game?
It's still late night Lamont. Yesterday in that day game, it was late night Lamont.
Okay.
That's
He needed to be a little bit later.
He needed the sun to go down.
We needed just a little bit later. Bit later. That was a bad day. I think that was my fault. I honestly do. We had Jason Jones on.
Jason's fault.
I'll sign up for that. I'll sign up for blaming it on Jason Jones. But I was watching the I was watching the new podcast coming this summer. I was watching the box score, like, come on, just get the last out, and all of a sudden, 5-5 Dodgers and Rockies. Damn, gotta be kidding me.
And then, like, immediately the Giants gave up back-to-back home runs.
Right.
Jeez. All bad.
That legitimately happened all within. The Giants took the lead. The Dodgers tied the game. The Giants, or they didn't take the lead. I think they tied the game. The Giants tied the game. The Dodgers were losing. Then the Dodgers tied the game. Then the Giants lose the lead. That all happened during the Jason Jones conversation.
Damn. It was a terrible Thursday of baseball.
Yeah, not good.
Wow.
Not good. The ESPN Top 100 list is complete from 5 to 1. Kenny Caraway, Steph, Luka, LeBron at number 3, Giannis at number 2, and your man's in them. Kevin Durant at number 1.
I don't see any issue with that.
It's hard to really pick apart this stuff and argue about it. I mean, Kevin Durant was absurd when he was playing in the postseason. He missed going to the finals by half a shoe length, and Giannis took advantage of that mishap, went on to the NBA finals and had his, I think it's fair to say his career defining performance, especially that final game.
Yeah.
I don't know that if LeBron has yet tweeted about this list. I imagine hashtag washed king is coming, or underestimate me all you want. Something is coming. Something is definitely on its way from LeBron James as it pertains to this list, and I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah,
I like social media LeBron.
And you don't like when he goes Zero Dark 23?
I do not. No, I don't like that. I don't like zero. Is it Zero Dark 6 now?
It may go back to 6. How many numbers changes has he had? 4?
Well, he was 23, then he went to 6, then he went back to 23. Now he's back to 6.
Yeah, 4.
Why did he change again?
Who knows?
Did Anthony Davis take 23? I don't think
he
that
might
he did.
have. Well, now he might have taken 23.
I remember that was the original idea, but I don't know. Maybe it's whatever. Quinton Mayo is going to join us at the top of the hour. Kyle Madson coming up at 2:17. It's a 49ers Friday.
Yeah, let's go.
McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll dive more into that top 100 list. Plus, Kenny's picks for the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
And he went against Quinton Mayo last week.
Yeah. I had to do what I had to do.
And it paid off. We'll dive into that as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, that was a little stunning there, Cole. Not that she said that was the case, but people might hold it against them. I've said all the time, they're one and the same.
That's what she said, though. She said Luka. She thinks Luka will make the list because of recency bias.
Right.
I don't know that she capped for a reason why Luka should make the list, but the person I talked to researched why Luka should make the list.
Yeah,
so,
and that's kind of the same thing she was saying. She's like, he probably will. She said from what I can hear, we can listen to the interview again, but she was like, yeah, I understand Harden probably should make it, but he's not
going
because of
Harden is
absolutely
going to make it.
If he doesn't make it, and Luka
Harden
does,
is absolutely going to make it.
I don't even like James Harden like that, not to be furious.
I don't like James Harden either. I mean, but he will make it. Absolutely, Ramsey.
Scott Lee on me like a hawk.
What did he get? Did you get? Was it Utah? Who was it last week?
I got
Utah,
Cincinnati, Ole Miss, and Penn State.
Okay,
3-0. Let's go.
Come on, man.
I know, man. I know. They was like, yo, you crazy. They got a fortunate targeting / ejection in that game, I think, to Indiana's best defensive player. When Indiana was up 14-0 when that happened.
Yeah, no, this is I don't care about the Drake record. Takeover is better. Hit 'em up is trash. Hit 'em up isn't a one. We don't rock with Hit 'em up for a variety of reasons.
Yeah,
but Pac's verse, it is what it is. I'm not gonna say, yo, it's a good. No, he just, two artists are dead because of that record. So you can miss me with that. But the song The song is garbage.
Wow.
It's not even clever. Like, it's just, yo, that ain't it.
It's
no. To me, the answer is no Vaseline, and it's not even close.
Yeah.
I'll put it up. I'll put it up. Let me go to YouTube real quick. I'll get it. I'll put Hit 'Em Up on there, even though I disagree.
Hit 'Em Up's not even, like you said, it's not even.
Can y'all hit the thumbs up? Can 13 of you hit the thumbs up? There's 104 watching. There's 88 thumbs up. Can y'all hit the thumbs up? And I'll put the diss track poll up.
Holding it hostage. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure.
Said what I said. Vaseline. So what else? What we want? Hit 'Em Up. Take Over. I guess we put Ether. You can only put 4
back to back.
Put back to back over Ether.
Oh, we have. I thought we only had 3.
We got No Vaseline, Hit 'Em Up, Take Over, and Ether.
See, Hit 'Em Up should be out of there.
No. And that song is not called Real Compton City G's, I assure you. Yeah. Okay, I'll take Hit 'Em Up off. I'll put Dre Day up, or you want back to back up?
Dre Day is great. No, Dre Day. Yeah, Dre Day.
All right, it's up.
Pino, relax. Back to back.
5 more.
And yeah, we don't rock with Hit 'Em Up on this.
Yeah, that ain't it. Sorry, I just can't ride with that. Yo, where did the poll disappeared? Oh, there it is. Okay, y'all get in. Y'all can't wait to vote on the poll, man, brother. Man, that was a fun conversation with Ramona Shelburne. You could catch that on the Rewind feature over on Odyssey. Of course, you can download the D-Lo and Casey podcast wherever you get podcasts from. Should be the Odyssey app. Do it on Apple Podcasts as well. You can watch on Twitch, YouTube, whatever it may be. No video guest today. I just thought of that. Quinton Mayo's on the phone. Kyle Madson, who's normally on the live stream with us, he's going to be roaming the streets of San Francisco today, so he's going to be with us. That's how Kyle is. He's be roaming the streets of San Francisco at 2:17, so he'll join us to help us get us ready for 49ers and Packers. After all, it is a 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. That partnership with McQueen on a Friday is so perfect because as soon as this show is over,
yes,
I even contemplated, like, man, the way the day is gone, just pour a little glass for the third hour. I mean, come on, man. E40 was supposed to be here. He couldn't join us. We had to reschedule. All love. Head over to youtube.com/ESPN1320. Take part in our poll. The poll was actually created by the chat house, so it is up there for you now. Had a variety of different polls posted. The first poll we had up was what Sacramento King has the most approved. I actually thought people were going to be really dismissive of Marvin Bagley. They very much were not. Marvin Bagley won that poll 83%. So we put best diss track ever up to keep it light here on this Friday. And the votes are coming in right now for No Vaseline, which I feel like is the answer. And I don't feel like there's a
it's gonna be
for me, but there are people who feel otherwise. Ether right now is in second place. Dre Day on there. Takeover has yet to get a vote. So
y'all tripping on that takeover. Ether, who I was a big fan of when it came out. Still am. I love Nas. Ether was a great comeback. As time goes along, Takeover ages better than Ether does. Because Ether was more like, Takeover was like, yo, I sampled your voice. You made it a hot line. I made it a hot song. Ether was like, you're ugly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's, yeah.
Well, the results of the diss track are also important. Like, Nas after Takeover, like Nas disappeared for a little bit until that record came out. Like Nas had kind of, he got him.
Takeover came out. Well, geez, the crazy thing that I always remember. Takeover came out in September 9/11.
Yeah.
So it came out that day. I don't think Ether came out until like December or January. It was a while.
Yeah.
It was a while.
he fell
because it was
silent.
basketball season. Matter of fact, so that was like December or January, and he came hard. But the other reason why you know that Ether hit a little hard was because Jay-Z came out with Super Ugly like 12 hours later.
Yeah.
Like that. Oh, it hit him. It hit him a
Super
little
ugly.
bit. It hit him a little bit. That hurt him. That hurt him.
Mixtape diss tracks are usually better than album release diss tracks. That one you got to go to you got to go find it. Like you got to go to Napster. Like I heard there was a new Jay-Z diss track on Napster. Like that's when you knew it was heat. Like that's the only way you could find it.
That's why Ether and Takeover are so revered, because they were album cuts.
Yeah, they were album cuts. Yeah. Oh, Dre Day. Shoot, Dre Day was
Dre Day
a single.
Dre Day was crazy, bro.
Dre Day was a single.
Dre Day was crazy.
Shout out to AJ Johnson, who I think is in the video.
Yep. R.I.P. to him. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, man. Man, you had Quinton Mayo of Bet MGM is going to join us coming up here in a few minutes. You had a nice little weekend last week. I wish I had cut the part of Quinton Mayo's interview last week where he went. He said something like, "Wait, did you already place the wager?" Which to me reaped of a short. That was like screaming, "Hey, don't do that, bruh." But place the wager.
Yeah.
And it paid off for you.
I bet it with my chest.
You did.
All right. Bet it with my chest. I had the courage of my convictions. Cincinnati, they took care of business in Indiana. I also had Penn State in that whiteout in Happy Valley against Auburn. They took care of business. And I knew Lane Kiffin, who was talking earlier this week about Alabama. I knew he was going to smack up Tulane. That's exactly what he did. 3-0 for your mans, and yes, indeed.
Wow. I run New York, man.
That gets my overall record to. I had it written down here. I'm at 5-4. I'm over 500.
Over 5. Hey,
5-4 on the season.
All right. How about that? Okay. That'll be fun. Again, we'll so you got some picks for this week? I know
you know that.
I know there's some folks in the chat ready to get on you if these picks go awry. So what do we got for the weekend?
So I got my picks ready to go. And it's funny, I told you before the before the show, when it comes to picks, remind me of something. And this isn't one of my picks. I don't know, man. I might pull a audible just to have a good time. But I went on Sports Sunday with our guy Charlie over on Sports Sunday, and we had the discussion after the first week of the season. We said, "Who's the worst team in college football?" And he said Duke. I said it's Kansas.
Duke is really okay.
Kansas versus Duke this weekend.
Okay.
I didn't even know they played. They were on the schedule. Okay. But it's Kansas versus Duke. I'm gonna give you guys a bonus one. Let's make it 4. We got okay. I'm gonna give you a bonus one. It's Duke is -16. I'm gonna go with Duke. They're gonna beat the brakes off of Kansas on Saturday. So that's a little bonus one that I don't normally do.
Run that back for me one more time. Duke is going to beat the brakes off of Kansas.
Duke is a -16 favorite. I'm going with Duke. That's just a bonus one that I just did on the fly here, just because Charlie actually texted me. He was like, they play this weekend. I was like, do they? What? It's crazy. So
is that Cut? Is Coach Cutcliffe? He's still the coach at Duke?
Yeah, he is. Okay. Yeah. And he went from Jay-Z takeover, fell from top 10 and not mentioned at all. He had turned around, and now they're one of the worst teams in the country. Yeah. So I'm going Duke -16. But the other 3 officials, and once again, this is all in the specific order with the confidence that I have in these picks. So number 3, this one is a little surprising. I did some research, listened to some people, and I'm confident in this one. I'm using it as one of my picks. Clemson is going to NC State.
Okay.
NC State is a 10-point underdog. I'm going with the Wolfpack against Clemson.
Okay.
To cover, and they might mess around and win this game. I don't know if Clemson is ready from what I've seen from them this year. to go on the road and win a game like that at NC State.
Anytime I can root against Clemson, I'll do it. So I'll take that.
I ain't mad at that.
I'll take that.
I ain't mad at that. My number 2
Jump on that.
most confident one. We talk about some of the worst teams in football. Well, them Arizona Wildcats are one of them. And they're going to Eugene to take on Oregon. Oregon is a minus 28.5 favorite. Just give me Oregon. I'll take my chances. Give me Oregon. All right.
Okay.
And the theme of this week, my number 1 pick, the theme of this week is terrible college football teams. Sorry to these kids. But we don't have to wait long to see if I hit on my number 1. Because tonight, down in the valley, down in the 559, coming off their epic win over UCLA at the Rose Bowl, Fresno State is taking on one of the worst teams in college football, the UNLV Running Rebels. They are a 30-point favorite. Give me all 30. I'm going with Fresno State.
Okay. Now, you got your picks. I'm a novice. I'm just going to jump in here.
Mm-hmm.
You're not concerned about a letdown?
A little bit.
We're not talking about a loss. We're talking about a letdown.
A little bit, but I think they're going to cook. I think the coach is preparing them for that, saying just because you got UCLA, you haven't done anything. You got a team in UNLV that's looking at you like you were looking at UCLA as an opportunity. You got to make sure you squash that. Also, Fresno State, they took care of UConn earlier, who was also one of the worst teams in college football. They handled them the way I would expect a team like Fresno State to handle a team like UConn earlier in the season. I think they'll do the same thing to UNLV. Number 22 in the nation, Fresno State.
Man, that's good for them.
Yeah,
by the way,
559.
The college football playoff board, they didn't vote on the 12-team format this week.
Yeah, they just said we're not voting. Not a reason. Not we'll do it next week.
We're just not going to do it. What? I know y'all don't hate money, so what are you doing? Like, what are you talking about? But yeah, apparently they're holding up. Now, full disclosure, fair to the story, no, you don't need to be fair to the story. They're just not going to do it.
Right. That was mind-boggling.
They're meeting like I didn't see any follow-up. We're not voting next week.
We're not doing it.
We didn't vote this week. We're not going to vote next week. Well, okay, we hate money. Like, we know that's not true. What are y'all doing?
Yeah, you got something up your sleeves is what I would think.
I heard there's some speculation that perhaps they're trying to figure out a way to ramp up to 12 and maybe even exceed 12. Maybe not. Maybe go from 4 to 8 rather than going from 4 to 12. And figure out like how smoothly they can do all of this. But
yeah,
I don't know what they're doing, man. That seems like an absolute waste to me. Just get it done. Do it.
Just get it done. Go to 12. You got the format figured out. Like, you don't have to ramp up for it. Like, it's fine. Go to 12. And don't go past 12.
Yeah, I don't think we need that.
Yeah, we don't need 16 and all that other stuff, man. That's all good. Code's in here. He says, damn, KC wilding on the huge spreads. And, I usually don't like the huge spreads. That's not really my bag. But, I mean, when you have Arizona and UNLV going up against top 25 teams, you got to take it.
I'm worried about that Fresno State game.
I understand.
Again, I'm not worried they're going to lose.
No, 30.
That's a big spread. That's a big spread, and they're coming off an emotional high, if you will.
Yeah, I usually don't like the big spreads, but I'll take a chance. Once again, this weekend I'll probably do it again.
You're listening to ESPN 1320 on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Dealing with KC, I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway. We are thrilled that you're hanging out with us here on this Friday. Quinton Mayo going to join us here in just a heartbeat. Kyle Madson coming up in 15 minutes. Matter of fact, Quinton Mayo going to join us right now, the host of Bet MGM Tonight. And Odyssey Sports Betting Insider. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sports books don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit betql.com as we bring in our man Quinton Mayo here. Quinton, I'm just going to step out. I'm gonna. What was the bet again, KC? What was it? Just give me the game real quick.
It was Cincinnati. I think I'm looking for my notes, but I think it was Cincinnati -3 at Indiana.
You threw it at Quinton. Here was Quinton's response.
Oh, you already played it?
Kenny, I'm gonna slide out and let you rock with our man Quinton Mayo.
Hey, Quinton's my man. Quinton, I listened to Quinton, and he didn't point me in the right direction a couple times. So I'm not gonna come in here and gloat in Quinton's face. That's my man, Q. You know what I'm saying? You win some, you lose some. That one, I won one. I'm with that.
Hey, it was hilarious as I watched the game and immediately thought, like, dang, didn't I just trash that? I felt the instant regret coming over me. I expect nothing less when I come on the show for you guys to pull that back up. Great call.
It's all good. And to also be fair, when the game changed when I think it was Indiana's best defender got ejected for the targeting, that was a game changer right there. Yeah, that was a game changer. They were down 14-0 before that.
Target.
Yeah, I was very sick. Selfishly, I didn't want that to happen. So I didn't right on this, but things happen, and that's it.
Just so you know, too, Q. This.
Oh, you already played it?
That's gonna live forever. That's now. That's a drop on the. I'm gonna find the right situation just to work in.
Oh.
That's going to be a daily part of the show right there. As our man Quinton Mayo, BetMGM, with us here on tonight. But that's the whole thing with this, right? That's the deal with BetQL. That's the deal with wagering. That's the deal with gambling and all of that. Is you have moments like this, games that don't look good, like Kenny's riding on some of these 30-point spreads this weekend. I mean, that's the beauty of what you guys do here, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's the game, just like we all have educated guesses. We all feel like we have a feel for a game, but at the end of the day, it has to be played. You can never truly 100% know what's going to happen. I mean, last night, for example, I had two crazy beats. Number one, I had Chris McCaffrey over, I believe, 19 and a half carries in the first quarter.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
He pulls his hamstring strain. He can't figure out. We thought he was just so confident. Like, back when you were playing football, you do the high legs, the little stutter step. Like,
yeah.
He's really out there himself. Like, really hurt. So that kind of threw me up in terms of that bet. But I also had I took Marshall to cover 7.5 with Appalachian State, and that game was probably the craziest beat ever. Basically, Appalachian State, they ended up winning, but they had an opportunity to score a touchdown on the final two possessions or the final two plays. But they didn't want to get the ball back to Marshall's high-powered offense. Marshall let the running back walk through the line of scrimmage. He gets to the goal line, which would have blown my cover if he scored, and takes a knee, and then wags his finger at the
That's crazy, man. That's great. And moments like that is why we hate and we love betting right there. You know what I'm saying? That's what that's all about.
In a nutshell.
Yeah. And the other thing about it, Quinton, is I've learned a long time ago, and I decided to stay in this betting on sports games. They build a bunch of them high-rise casinos every year off of people like me. So it's all good, right? That's what happens. Yeah. Real quick, I know you are, but were you familiar with that situation that happened with the guy who had the 16-team parlay and needed the Lions to win? In a real situation, you would probably, if you could get your hand on $100,000, you would just hedge and put $100,000 on Green Bay for that game, right? Was he able to do anything like that? Do you have any information about what happened there?
Man, so I saw that, of course, the Lions was the worst pick on that parlay because the Lions did not win that game. But I want to say somewhere that BetMGM ended up giving them like $133,000.
That's right.
Oh, wow.
On the website. Now, it was a free bet in which he placed the parlay.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he couldn't cash out. If he would have put in $25 of his own money, maybe he could have got some other hook there. But it was a free bet that he placed initially. They did hook him up with some free bets on BetMGM. So this is the part where they tell me to tell everybody listening that BetMGM is the king of sportsbooks. If you want a helping hand in your sports gambling journey, head over to the king of sportsbooks.
I like that.
That's the greatest tagline ever. If you ever want a helping hand, Go to bet MGM. That's fantastic. But I read that. I was reading people talking about, oh, you gotta hedge the bet. You gotta. Wasn't the payoff like 700,000? Like, yo, would you just let me go get 700,000 and hedge this bet? Like, that's not the easiest thing to go do.
Right.
A lot of people, I saw those comments too, like, this guy, just one leg to parlay, just get out of it. Yeah, if he was using the free bet feature, he probably didn't even have the money.
Absolutely.
My man signed up. He just used the promo code, man. He was just trying to get
That's all he was trying to do. Quit.
Hell
Not at
nah.
all. I've been there, done that like Dre. Absolutely.
That's what I got 14 email addresses for. What you mean?
Facts. Quinn, before we get on to this 49ers Packers game, I just want to check in with you again because, like I said, I ain't worried about what happened last week in Cincinnati. I'm always checking in with my man Q. He always point me in the right direction. So I'm gonna check in with you again. I got 3 games for you. You can just tell me yes or no if you're feeling me on this one. I got one tonight. Fresno State -30 over UNLV. I got Oregon -28.5 over Arizona. And I'm going with an upset special. I got NC State +10 over Clemson.
Oh my God. I mean, I hope I'm not burned by agreeing with all 3 ones because those are 3 plays that I've actually made myself.
There we go. I
love the NC State play. There's value there. I mean, one of my little brothers, like, my brother from another mother, I didn't explain that to you guys, but other people are like, that's really your brother? No, that's not my brother, but we grew up Jordan Houston, he's a run back there. And that NC State team I've watched really closely. They're really good. Clemson has struggled a little bit. I think it's a good spot for NC State to come out on top or at least cover. I think the last time I saw it was 10. I like the Oregon pick as well. Oregon is a powerhouse team. I don't know if anybody expected them to be this good, this fast. I think maybe a lot of people thought with the recruits and the coaches that they were maybe a year away at least, but for them to turn it around, and they have like true SEC bodies, but they have the stigma of the fast-paced game and finesse game, but that's not who that team is anymore. They're legit, and then tonight, Fresno State, I love that play as well. So I love all 3 of those plays.
There we go.
All 3 of those are wrong. We have another drop that we're going to have to play next time.
The drop is going to be, I love all 3 of those plays.
It's a 49ers Friday here with Quinton Mayo, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. It's the 49ers and the Packers this weekend. 2 teams that have had very they obviously they both played 2 games, but have had each of them has had a very different week 1 and a very different week 2. What's your read on this upcoming game for Sunday Night Football?
Yeah, this is a good one because I don't think anybody's going to turn the channel after getting the opportunity to see Aaron Rodgers against this 49ers defense. And on the opposite side, Jimmy Garoppolo, this high-powered offense, and maybe even Trey Lance just going up and doing what they do. I will say that I kind of like the Packers right now to cover 3.5. I do, but one thing that concerns me about that is the fact that the Packers look terrible. I mean, their defense is so bad. I don't think I've seen a group of DBs play worse than I saw last week. Well, more so just what's the last name? King. I can't remember his first name.
Kevin King. Yeah.
For Green Bay, he is putrid. I think that they can take advantage of that. Their defense has a lot to prove, especially on that defensive line. If you can't pressure Jimmy G and Trey Lance and stop this running game, then you're going to be screwed. So I've leaned Green Bay all week long, but as it's gotten bet down, it was at 4.5 at one point to start the week. It got bet all the way down to 3.5. I'm starting to flip over to San Francisco. San Francisco did a really big thing. A lot of people look at that Eagles game and say, oh, they were against the Eagles. The Eagles are nobody. The Eagles are a more dynamic team. That offense is not hard to stop. I mean, it's very hard to stop. Especially what I saw against Atlanta. Like, having a dual-threat quarterback is always a challenge. In the second half, they really tightened up there. Now they get the return back home. I like San Fran, but the only thing that now brings me back on the other side is, like, Aaron Rodgers is on tour. Like, forget that. He's on tour. He wanted to play for San Francisco. He's familiar with the area. And he might just come in there and say, you know what, I'm going to prove to everybody, like, this is the year where I just stick it to a lot of different teams, Green Bay and San Francisco. So right now, I believe is the Packers, but it would not surprise me if I take San Fran before the game starts.
Okay. All right.
We'll get you out
going
on
Niners,
this.
man. You know I'm going. It's a 49ers Friday, Quinn. I'm going Niners. This is why I don't bet on the Niners, because it's always with my heart. So that's why I don't put that night on the Niners.
We got this.
For my heart for Washington to cover on the road against Buffalo this week. So we pray for our hearts.
Ooh,
Yes,
Buffalo.
indeed.
That's a weird one. Quinton, we'll get you out on this. We've got this up on our YouTube channel right now. Best diss track ever. 4 options. No Vaseline, Dre Day, Takeover, or Ether.
The takeover, the break over. Can't ask you that one. Now, Ether was crazy, though.
Yeah.
Ether was sick. I'm gonna go Takeover.
Take over. When I know it wasn't part of the actual track, but when he put Prodigy on the Summer Jam screen and like, come on, man. Like it's over. It's over.
Quinton, we appreciate you as always, my brother. Good luck this weekend.
Take care, Q.
Appreciate it, fellas.
All right.
All right. That's our man, Quinton Mayo, host of Bet MGM Tonight and Odyssey Sports Betting Insider. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sports books don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit betql.com. You know, we try to put up, we use those different selections over there on YouTube, because you have to have 4 options when you post a poll on YouTube. You get an idea for Quinton's age when you hear that. Like, you get an idea like on people's age by the way that they vote.
Yeah, his age and where he grew up.
East Coast. Yes, indeed. East Coast. No Vaseline. It's California.
Yes.
That's West Coast. That's NWA. But yeah, Takeover. And then funny enough, he went from Takeover to Ether. There was no reference of Dre Day. There was no reference of Hit 'Em Up. There was no reference of no Vaseline.
Nah, man, that's West Coast. You almost need 2 subcategories, man. West Coast diss track, East Coast diss track.
Kyle Madson almost certainly has a take on diss tracks. We'll
You're going to say he's going to have a diss track ready. I was about to say, what I do to Kyle?
Now you can go. He got bars. Trust me. If Kyle had a diss track ready, it would be for me, not for you. Kyle Madson, Niners Wire, Candlestick Chronicles, and of course of 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. He joins us next as this 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, continues here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and of course on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah. Let me
13th,
man. 13th. There we go. Yes, sir. 13th round in the building here, man. And we've got, it's a fight weekend, because we've got Anthony Joshua defending his IBF, WBO, and WBA heavyweight titles against Alexander Usyk over across the pond. Now, I know a lot of people like Usyk, and I like Usyk as well as a fighter, right? I think he's skilled. I think he's powerful. He can do his thing. But Usyk is a cruiserweight. Usyk is a light heavyweight. He ain't no heavyweight. He's about to get into the ring with Anthony Joshua, and I think Anthony Joshua is just going to outbox him and then eventually knock him out. Usyk's too small. He can't match up with Anthony Joshua. I think this is an easy win for the heavyweight champion of the world, Anthony Joshua. But there's a couple other things going on with him that I got to address. Number one, earlier in the week, Anthony Joshua made an announcement, or Matchroom or whoever, the Zone, made an announcement that he signed a lifetime deal with Eddie Hearn and Matchroom. Now, look, they got business over in England, and maybe business is booming and they're doing great. And I don't want to be, one of these American sports snobs when I was like, yo, if you're not getting it going here in America, it really doesn't matter. But if you're not getting it going in America, it doesn't really matter when we talk about boxing, okay? And if, as long as Anthony Joshua is dealing with Eddie Hearn and dealing with Matchroom, he's never going to pop off the way that he should here in America. The fact that if you want to do a 1-2 fight deal to stay loyal and to see it through and see what happens, that's fine. But a lifetime deal, there's no way. I'm calling cap right now. There's no way Anthony Joshua was dumb enough to sign a lifetime deal with Eddie Hearn, Matchroom, and the Zone. That would just be ridiculous. He needs to have that financial flexibility. He needs to have that career flexibility to be able to do what he needs to do in his career. So I'm going to call cap because I like Anthony Joshua, and I hope he did not do something that ridiculous and sign a lifetime deal. However, this weekend, he's going to remain the heavyweight champion of the world, and hopefully he fights Deontay Wilder after this. That's the 13th round. Oh yeah, that Gucci man. Oh, that's not one of the greatest disses, but that was an intense diss. I'll say that much. Gucci Mane, get me Gucci Mane. It's Gucci Mane, like that Gucci Mane, like that. But we always just say Gucci. I can't even remember last time I said Gucci Mane. He might have a little bit of a glass chin, but I don't think Usyk is going. Usyk ain't the one to expose it. I'm not buying it. Yeah, Dr. David, that would. I'm just hoping my brother ain't that ridiculous. I'm hoping he's not. Don't care about no Gypsy King, man. Get that boy out of here, man. It's Bomb Squad over here. Bomb Squad.
Let's see. Kyle Banner. There he is. I run New York. If you haven't downloaded the Odyssey app yet, man, what are you doing? You can discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations. They're available now for sports and music fans, by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. It doesn't matter your vibe, whether it's current hip-hop, old school hip-hop, whether it's rock, country, whatever it is, the Odyssey app has got you covered. Of course, you can listen to D-Lo and KC live there Monday through Friday, noon to 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and you can listen to D-Lo and KC whenever you damn well please.
Yeah.
Over there on the Odyssey podcast feature. Just search D-Lo and KC, hit the subscribe button, you're all set. You can do the same thing on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Play. Whatever your vibe is there with podcasts, but really the one-stop shop for audio should be the Odyssey app. You should have that on your phone right now. We should have Kyle Madson on the phone here of Niners Wire, Candlestick Chronicles, and 95.7 The Game. Coming up here in just a couple of minutes is the 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Rolls along. It's Packer week.
Yep.
My partner would say.
Yep.
49ers and the Packers opening up Levi Stadium Sunday Night Football this weekend.
I'm ready to go, man. It's a big game.
You've been ready to go since Monday, bruh.
Yeah, because it's Packers week.
You've been ready to go since Sunday night when you did the post-game show.
This is going to be a crazy little stretch right here with Packers, Seahawks, Cardinals. I mean, this is some intense stuff here for the 2021 San Francisco 49ers, because you got a Packers game opening your home opener on a Sunday Night Football, and then say we win that one. Then you got your 3-0 going up against your hated rival, the Seattle Seahawks. That one could get a little chippy because it always does. Mm-hmm. So there's that. And then you got the Arizona Cardinals, who, and let me double check here. I think that is in Arizona, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see here. Yeah, that's in Arizona. So you're going to
3 of the first 4 in the row. Oh, that's after the Seattle game. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay.
That's in Arizona with a team in the Cardinals. So, you know, if I look at their schedule and it's kind of the same thing that's going on, they may be 4-0, 3-1 going into that game. And that could be a huge game in the division. So this 3-game stretch, man, buckle up, get your popcorn ready, whatever else analogy you want to use, because it's go time. It's go time. Then you get to calm down a little bit with the bye week. But
well, man. Arizona, that's San Francisco's home away from home.
Oh, for sure. For a number of different reasons. We took over last year, literally, and then we're going to take over in the stands like we always do.
As we mentioned, Kyle Madson's walking around the main streets of San Francisco, California. Apparently, Jesse grabbed him. He had a bad phone signal. We're going to try to reconnect with Kyle in just a couple of minutes, as he's probably scurrying around the streets, which, can't lie, slightly amuses me. Because he's probably like a little panic, like, oh, crap, the signal's bad. And he's like, I'm going to walk over here to this street because I know it's going to be better. Like, that is undoubtedly what Kyle's doing. And again, that amuses me because I know he's slightly panicked by it. Like he's even texting me. Tell him to call me again. Jesse, call Kyle. I love that he texts me. That's fantastic.
Oh, I mean, that's the direct point of contact.
Well, no, the direct point of contact would have been to text Jesse, but maybe he doesn't have
He
Jesse.
don't have Jesse's number, probably. He needs to get it, though.
Yeah,
Actually, he does have Jesse's number. We were in a group chat when you were gone.
Everybody has Jesse's number. Come on, man. Jesse, that dude. Like, he the one booked the whole show. He the one who make this thing work. When we talk about Kenny tearing up a rundown, it's not my rundown that he's tearing up and throwing out the window 5 seconds into the show. It's Jesse's rundown that he's tearing up and throwing out 5 minutes into the show. We've got Kyle Madson with us now. Kyle, this better be a good signal, man, or it's just going to be bad news between me and you.
It was not a signal. It was my headphones that were not connecting properly to my phone. I recently, full disclosure, got a ticket for being on my phone because my headphones weren't working. So that was a dilemma for your boy, but we got it working. We're moving. Signal sounds good. You guys sound great. I'm sure you look fantastic, and I'm excited to get started.
We definitely look fantastic. I
That's right.
I can say that for sure. And we explained to everybody that you wait now. Hold on, just to be clear, you can't walk around talking on the phone.
I'm driving.
He's driving.
Oh, you're driving. Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know you did that in San Francisco. I thought you only.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I honest to God forgot you had a car.
I got a special little thing going on today, so I drove it. Yeah, I'm driving.
Okay. All right.
I can really walk and use my phone. That's not a problem.
Okay. I didn't know if you got a ticket for it. I was just trying. I mean, hey, it's different in San Francisco.
That's a different place.
Andrew Wiggins about to find out how different it is here coming up real soon. We'll save that for another day, Kyle. We'll talk about the 49ers and the Packers this week. What's your overall vibe on this game? Because we haven't dove into how we feel. Obviously, Kenny's hype. Kenny stay hype. But you cover this team. You watch them repeatedly throughout the week. How you feeling about this matchup for the 49ers?
The team I'm actually more worried about injury-wise is the Packers. I know all about the 49ers running backs, but Kyle Shanahan's going to generate yards on the ground. That's just what he's going to do. He can do it with the three of us running the football. But the Packers are now down to their third-string left tackle, and by proxy, their backup right tackle. And it's going to be a beat-up offensive line, and they have a rookie center going as well. So it's a beat-up, inexperienced offensive line going against a 49ers defensive line that I think has really been a strength for them through the first couple of weeks. So I think the 49ers have a chance to come out. I don't know if they'll dominate the same way they did in 2019 just because not having Raheem Mostert limits some of the explosive plays they can make in the running game. But I expect their defense to really frustrate Aaron Rodgers.
And Kyle, I look at it a little differently. I think at some point you're going to need, elite runners. Because I make the joke all the time that if my grandmother or her lined up in the backfield, Bobby Turner and Kyle Shanahan would at least have her running for 1,000 yards for the season, right? But the reality is Raheem Mostert was RB1 for a reason, right? And Trenton Cannon was where he was for a reason. So at some point in time, you're going to need, elite running backs to get in that system to maximize what the running game can be for Kyle Shanahan. That's why I say maybe not so much pressure on the Elijah Mitchells in the Trey Sermons and the Kerryon Johnsons or whatever this particular week. I want to see if Kyle Shanahan opens up that offense and lets Jimmy throw the ball a little bit this week.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to generate those explosive plays. But like you said, Raheem Mostert was the guy. He was going to allow this offense to hit their ceiling. He's the guy that's going to rip off a 60-yard touchdown. Was it 80-yard touchdown he had to open the season last year? We know what he can do. But on the other hand, don't forget, the 49ers were, when they start in 2019, 8-0, and Raheem Mostert was effectively a non-factor in the offense. And they were still rolling.
Yeah.
But I think you're right. I think they're not going to be able to create those explosive plays on the ground. He does. Like, they can't grind it out every week the way they did against the Eagles. I don't know if they can do that this week against the Packers, and they certainly can't do it if they want to win a championship. So I think we do see Jimmy Garoppolo open it up a little bit more this week. I think we see George Kittle get more involved. He only had 4 targets last week. I think we see Brandon Ayuk get involved. Because if the Packers are going to be, A, the Packers don't have anybody that can defend George Kittle. And B, they need to get him the football. Like, he just has to be involved in their offense. If a guy like Raheem Mostert isn't going to be out there because of his ability to, again, create big plays. But if the Packers are going to sell out to stop George Kittle and they're shading coverage toward Deebo Samuel, I think you get a big game out of Brandon Ayuk. Yeah. But that's have enough weapons without in the passing game without Raheem Mostert in the run game to score on a point.
The Prince of Niners Wire, Kyle Madson of NinersWire.com, Candlestick Chronicles, and 95.7 The Game. He's got a lot of jobs here, and he's joining us on Dealing with KC on ESPN 1320. You mentioned Ayuk and Deebo and Kittle and Jimmy Garoppolo throwing the ball, and I had this theory earlier because you were talking about the three of us lining up in the backfield for the San Francisco 49ers and for Kyle Shanahan. I'm in a slight disagreement is I don't think that would be very effective, and I'm not sure that the makeup of running backs that they have right now will be effective. So I feel like, Kyle, this is a prime game for the other Kyle to bring out Trey Lance. And my partner said, yeah, we're kind of forcing the subject here with Trey Lance. We're kind of forcing the issue, but given we know that Kyle Shanahan doesn't trust Jimmy Garoppolo to throw the ball too many times, what do you think about Trey Lance being on the field? My prediction was, my bold take, if you will, was Trey Lance is going to be on the field more times than he's been this season. So +4 for Trey Lance.
All right, buckle up for this take.
Ooh.
I think it depends.
Wow.
You're welcome.
Mind blown.
I don't think you're going in and saying, all right, Trey Lance is going to play 10 snaps. This is how we're going to generate ground. Generate yards on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
I think, though, first series, if the Niners are moving the ball on Green Bay and they can establish the ground game, whether it's Ja'Ten Patrick or Trey Sermon or whoever it is, if they can rip off a couple, 7, 8, 9 yards in the offensive line, getting some movement up front, which they should be able to, Green Bay's defensive line is not good. I think then we see Trey Lance and see if they can then attack the edges a little bit and really just confuse Green Bay into a spot where they're just not going to be able to get stops regardless if he's playing quarterback. So, on the other hand, if the Niners come out and they go 3 and out in their first 2 series again, and the Packers' defensive line is getting into the backfield the way the Eagles' defensive line was, then I think we see Trey Lance sit on the bench where he can't make a rookie mistake against the defensive lineman in his face as soon as he gets the snap. So that being said, I think we do see Trey Lance quite a bit Sunday night because I do think the Niners' offensive line can win those battles. And at that point, you can then put Lance on the field to be another weapon to throw at Green Bay.
Interesting. Full disclosure, Kyle, you're much smarter with topics like this than I am. I presented it in the exact opposite way. I presented it as the 49ers were having trouble moving the ball. They couldn't get anything established with whether it's Mitchell or Trey Sermon or whatever, guys are back there, that they would use Trey Lance in the exact situation that you just said in an effort to confuse the defense a little bit, in which you have maybe the run pass option being more viable. Maybe, I didn't really think about the quarterback mistakes. I was ignoring that part of the equation, but I legitimately presented it in the exact opposite way that you just did. Same outcome, just opposite perspective.
So I think if that was going to happen, we would have seen Lance against the Eagles because they weren't getting anything going. And it's not about throwing a wrinkle at the defense or just trying to try something different. It's about putting Trey Lance in a position to succeed, not like, hey, let's see what number 5 can do. In his 5th NFL snap, you don't want him doing that in a tight game with a team that you may be vying for the top seed in the NFC with. There's a reason Jimmy Garoppolo is the starter because he's prone to a mistake or two, but it's less likely than if you have Trey Lance in there. A, you don't want him to get hurt. B, you don't want to make a mistake. Again, I just don't think that Green Bay's defensive line is going to be able to do half of what Philly's defensive line did.
Sure.
And for that reason, I think we see quite a bit of Lance on Sunday night.
The other thing about that particular matchup, when you talk about Green Bay's defensive line, is the way the 49ers offensive line was able to keep Jimmy G upright in that game against the Eagles, against a ferocious defensive line against the Eagles. So far through 2 games, 49ers only given up 1 sack from that offensive line. Kyle, is it just a situation where they needed to get a new center in there and Alex Mack and everything went to the way it was supposed to go or the way they were hoping to go? Or is it the fact that Trent Williams is healthy and Mike McGlinchey is playing a little bit better? Laken Tomlinson is doing a good job. What are you seeing with this offensive line that so far has made them look as good as they have so far this season?
Yeah, I think Alex Mack being there is big. I think just continuity is helpful, especially on the left side with Laken Tomlinson and Trent Williams. And on the right side, Daniel Brunskill, he got worked last week. He was not good last week.
Mm-hmm.
But he has now played a couple seasons at that spot next to Mike McGlinchey. So you have a little bit of continuity there. You mentioned McGlinchey playing better this season, which isn't a huge surprise. I think he's a better player than he was last year. But yeah, Alex Mack and having a veteran, reliable center in the middle of that offensive line to get everybody situated, calling out protection, just being a better player, just once the ball is snapped, is a big deal. I mean, they started last year on like their 3rd string center, I think. It was ugly.
Yeah.
And I think you saw the ripple effects of that along the offensive line. So yeah, I think Alex Mack is a significant addition in the middle and a big reason that line's been better.
Kyle, focus on the road, my brother. Have a great weekend. And even though your schedule is a little different this week, man, appreciate you making time for us.
Yeah, like literally anytime. I know I say that to everybody when I sign off. I go, yeah, hey, anytime. But it's not anytime. It's like, if you call me the next day, right now, I feel a little busy. But if you don't, legitimately.
My man. Appreciate you, Kyle.
You're doing a lot. You're doing a lot with that one, Kyle. Like, we don't believe you. Like, stop it. You don't mean every time. Stop it.
You don't believe me?
I do.
I believe you, Kyle.
I do believe
I believe that if I called you on Saturday, you'd be like, sure, let's go, even though there's no show going on or anything.
We'll talk some football.
Favorite diss track ever, Kyle? That last question. Favorite diss track ever?
My favorite diss track is in Up on the Housetop by the Jackson 5.
All right.
When Michael saying Jackie's almost 6 feet tall, but no hot shot at basketball.
Goodbye.
6 feet tall. Maybe he'll play like a pro.
Goodbye, Kyle.
Oh,
goodbye.
Jesse with the fade to black.
Just goodbye, Kyle. I swear. I swear for everything that dude sometimes.
It is Ruthless Records here on D-Lo and KC.
I love that he.
Fade him.
I love that he knew the lyrics too. That's just my.
That was impressive.
That's my favorite.
That really was impressive. I mean, I don't know the lyrics. I know that much.
It's Kyle Madson, by the way, NinersWire.com. It's great. Like Kyle is your one-stop shop for 49ers news. It's NinersWire.com. Candlestick Chronicles. His work at 95.7 The Game, and of course his work here with us, D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. If you want to be a part of the show, many ways you can do it. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Woo! Just take a breath, partner. Kyle, Quinton, Ramona, Baldy.
Packed show.
Just us and the crew now.
It's packed show.
It's just us and the crew the rest of the way, man. We had to reschedule E40, or E40 had to reschedule us, but we'll definitely have him on in the very near future for sure. We'll continue to work on that. And as soon as we got something locked in and confirmed, we'll let you know about it. But we're riding the rest of the way. We got more sound from Monte McNair coming up that we'd like you to hear. More Kings conversations to be had as Monday's media day, Tuesday's practice, and we're just a couple of days away from the Sacramento Kings' first preseason game. We'll talk about all of that stuff as we roll along here. But we got some storylines to watch this weekend. Kenny Caraway, what's on the docket for KC?
For me, typically I got the college games sprinkled in for the games that I want to see in the storylines and things of that nature. But it's all NFL this week.
Okay.
Because I got 3 games in particular that I'm really looking forward to seeing. Number one, Dolphins at the Raiders. The Raiders with an opportunity to go 3-0. And I know we talk about how they start the season and all this other stuff, but if they were able to start 3-0, that'd be big time. Hell, they're already top 5 in both KC and D-Lo's power rankings.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So if they can go 3-0 and win a game that they were supposed to win against the Dolphins, that'd be a good look for them. It would say a whole lot more if they were to lose this game. There's a lot of pressure on them. They got to win this game.
They do need to win this game. They are going to win this game.
I think so too.
They're sorry, Jesse. They're not dropping is it Jacoby Brissett?
Oh, jeez.
Hey, we root for Jacoby Brissett here on D-Lo and KC.
100%. We just don't think it's going to happen. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't know if I'm ever betting against the Niners in the Pick'em League. Wow.
By the way, I didn't get my freaking pick in time. You know when I noticed? You know, I realized, oh, crap, it was 5:22. You know what the cutoff time is? 5:20. I told you, remind us again at the end of the show. We get to posting on YouTube. We get to doing all this other stuff. I forgot. I was like, oh, crap, go to open the app. And I would have picked the Panthers. Of course, I would have picked the Panthers. And by the way, can I point one thing out about last night's game before you hit the rest of your storylines for the weekend? Absolutely. How terrible is Bill O'Brien? You look at the Houston Texans last night. You look at the Houston Texans so far this season. They're playing without Deshaun Watson, who, by the way, played like an MVP last year. And they look okay. Do they look great? No. Do they look good? No. But they don't look like a massive disaster. Yeah. They've already won more football games this year than I expected them to win, which just highlights how freaking horrible Bill O'Brien was at his job, where he had a significantly more talented team. He had a top 5 quarterback in the entire NFL and still managed to look worse than they do right now with what's his name? David Mills?
Yeah. Well,
gotta be kidding me.
Yeah. I mean,
hey, we rooting for our
boy
Cully.
Yeah.
We rooting for Cully.
Yeah, Cully. Do you, man. Just go out there and keep fighting the good fight, Cully. We know you were dealt the raw hand.
Yeah, because your previous coach sucked.
Jeez.
Gosh, he's terrible.
Isn't he in Alabama now?
I don't know where he's at. Probably. That's what Saban does. He brings dudes in, he rehabilitates them. Hell, he got what's my man's name? The
Sarkisian.
I hope he's healthy. That dude. Mm-hmm. His career was done.
Mm-hmm.
Got rehabbed. Hopefully in multiple ways. Got rehabbed. Yeah. Got the Nick Saban rehab. Got a massive payday.
Is Sarkisian still there, or is he?
No, I don't think so. He's a head coach somewhere. I think. Isn't he a head coach somewhere? I think you're right, Bill O'Brien. I think you're right about Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, Sarkisian. That's where he went to. Yeah. He went to Texas. He's with the
I knew he got a. Not only did he get a job, he got a job.
He got maybe the richest job in all of America.
I doubt there's any maybe about it.
He can afford to drop $14,000 on beers.
He can absolutely. He can afford to drop significantly more than $14,000 on beers. A house that Ricky Williams built.
Man, did I tell you about the? It's not even a big story, but I remember there was this married couple that their son came to where I was doing the trainings, and they were really cool. And the wife loved Ricky Williams. They were all Texas fans because they went to Texas, but she loved Ricky Williams almost to the point where it was uncomfortable because the husband was right there, and she's like, "Oh, I just loved Ricky Williams. Oh, I just loved Ricky Williams." And then the husband was like, "Yeah, she loved Ricky Williams." It's like, "Oh, funny." But this is the 4th time you told me this in the last 10 seconds.
I'm gonna need this to stop. I do not want to hear. It's impressive. I've been to that campus. I call it the house that Ricky Williams, but you walk in, you see the trophy room. It really is phenomenal to see a program like that. But I mean, they've had studs go there. But it was just amazing to see. Oh, that's Ricky Williams. It's Ricky Williams trophy. Oh, that's Ricky Williams. Like you just. There's a Ricky Williams. Yeah, is this the Ricky Williams room? No, this is just the trophy room. Just happens to all have Ricky Williams' name on it.
I know he's got all the trophies. You think they love him more than they love Vince Young? Vince Young took him to the promised land. and maybe one of the greatest national championship games of all time. Ain't no maybe about it. It definitely is. It might be the greatest.
Yeah, no, it was incredible. I think it's Ricky. I think it's Ricky.
I know they were going crazy in they call it the Dirty Six down there in downtown Austin. It's like an old sack type area, but bigger.
Have you been to Austin?
Yeah, I like Austin.
It's kind of legit.
Yeah,
it's kind of legit.
A lot of people say like Austin is like Sacramento. It's a little bigger, a little more established, but essentially
I don't feel
Sacramento,
like that, but it's
Sacramento is the model, or Austin is the model for what Sacramento should be trying to be.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I get it. I mean, there's a lot that happens here. It's just this is a government town. That's a college town.
That's a college town for sure.
It hits different, though. They're probably the only group that parties the way college students do are politicians. Politicians go pretty hard.
Yeah.
So that they could be cool. But I thought I only spent like 2 days there.
Yeah, I was there about
Boston's.
2 or 3 days in the summer.
It was dope.
It was cool.
It was legit.
And we'll get to what we're looking forward to too. But I wanted to tell you this about Austin. Did you know the story about what Rice University did in downtown Austin?
I don't think so.
So there's one of the biggest buildings in downtown Austin is this building, and the way the lights, something about how the lights are made, and there's this, I forgot how they say it, but anyway, it looks like an owl. And the story goes, the guy who built that, Austin is a UT town, but Rice is also there as well. He did it to stick it to UT, where he put this owl on the biggest building in Austin.
Okay.
He got one over. Unfortunately, the team hasn't been able to capitalize. The school hasn't been able to capitalize, but Rice got that one over on UT. And all the UT alums, they're like, hey, wait a minute. What? How did we let this happen? Well, the building was already built at that point. Like they're upset about it. The UT
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are.
They're not happy.
They're upset all the way to the bank. Guys, relax. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll give you our storylines. We'll dive back into the Kings as well. Some of the things. Monte McNair talking about Davion Mitchell.
My guy, Monty.
You'll hear that as 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, continues here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Slide.
I don't think I prepared a house show. We could do an informal house show here. Let's see what's going on in the wrestling news. What's going on in the wrestling news here? I got the John Cena thing. I saw that. That's stupid. Y'all really coming after John Cena, man. Knock it off. John Cena said Chris Canyon was a bad wrestler. Cancel John Cena. Chris Canyon's gay. Wait, what? No, that's not what he said. He said he's a bad wrestler. He didn't say anything about him being gay. Chris Canyon said he was released from the WWE because he was gay, and I think all of that's cap. I know they did a Dark Side of the Ring on him last night. I didn't watch that yet. I'll watch that tonight, probably. I woke up, I was like, John Cena's trending. Why is John Cena trending? Clicked on it, like, oh, y'all need to stop this. That's absurd. I'm looking to see if anything else is happening here in the wrestling world. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. So are they really calling this NXT 2.0? I don't think I've seen NXT since it moved to a Tuesday. Oh, Rampage is tonight. All right. The Steiner kid is good? Okay. That's funny. Yeah, I haven't seen a version of the new NXT yet. I just came across this. WWE and MGM are partnering up for a reboot of the 90s television show American Gladiators. Deadline reported this morning that this will be a reimagined version of the competition series that will feature a slew of WWE superstars. Oh, dear. The original series ran between 1989 and 1996. Jeez, I didn't know it was on that long. The show was later rebooted in 2018 with Hulk Hogan and Layla Ali. Did y'all ever? I think Hulk Hogan wrote in his book that Layla Ali like stopped him from committing suicide, and Layla Ali was like, "No, I didn't. Like, when did this happen?" Like, she had no recollection, as is the case. God bless him, Hulk Hogan. Like, every time he opens his mouth, he's lying about something. Let's see. Other upcoming non-wrestling WWE projects include. Did y'all see the trailer of Escape the Undertaker? That looks interesting. The New Day is involved in it, so I'll give it a shot. The scripted series. What was that, Jesse? It's like I think it's on Netflix, so it's like an interactive film where it's like the New Day walks into this haunted house and you pick. Do they follow the smoke? Do they follow the laugh? Do they follow the Undertaker? And based on what you pick is based on how the movie goes. But it's the Undertaker and like the New Day is involved in it. Ooh, they're doing a 30 for 30 on American Gladiators also.
Really?
They're bringing back, like, we didn't do a house show today because I wasn't prepared. They're doing an American Gladiators reboot with WWE superstars.
Oh, really?
I need to see Big E on the joust. Just crushing folks.
That would be pretty cool. I used to really like American Gladiators. I mean, I don't know if there's anybody who didn't like it, but I used to watch that often.
Fire. It was like a goofy competition show where like you had to get past like these big, dare I say, steroid enhanced like obstacles. So like you'd be on like, a joust podium, right? Yeah, it's stuff like that.
I want to ask you something.
Yeah. On the air? '49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. So we gear up for Sunday night football with the San Francisco 49ers and the Green Bay Packers. We're going to talk about the Sacramento Kings here. Just a minute, we're going to dive back into our storylines as the music hit. Kenny says, I want to ask you something. And I don't know if that means he wants to ask me something off the air or if he wants to ask me something on the air. But as everybody is well aware of, there's no fourth wall here. There's no curtain. We just kind of, what you see is what you get. So is what you wanted to ask me an on-the-air question or an off-the-air question?
Well, it's D-Lo and KC. It's Friday. It can definitely be an on-the-air question. The show never stops. We were talking through the break on YouTube and Twitch, and we were talking about American Gladiators coming back. Some wrestlers, WWE wrestlers, are going to be in American Gladiators. Jesse is as young as Reese, so he's like, what's American Gladiators? What type of show is that? We were trying to explain it. And you were talking about how buff these guys were, and it's
not exactly how I phrased it, but yeah.
So the way you said it, it reminded me. I had a question posed to me last night, and we were watching Raw. They're like, Bobby Lashley, is he natural?
Oh, fam, stop it.
And then the other question was,
I mean, God bless him, dude. He is a freak, but isn't he like 40, 50 or something? Like,
really? I didn't know he was that old.
No, he's up. Like he's up there. He's not young. He's looked exactly the same his entire his entire run.
He was there before and then went to UFC.
He's 45. Right? He's 45.
Then the question was asked, is he like the buffest wrestler you've ever seen? I couldn't think of one that I saw that was bigger.
Like to be like that big and like that cut. Yeah, I think he's the one. He's like,
is a mountain.
Yeah,
and he's defined ridiculously.
Yeah, he is insane. Like, just absolutely insane.
I don't know how he wears t-shirts. Any shirt. They all got to be custom.
Yeah, like he probably, like, what size would you even order? Like, yeah, I got like a 64-inch chest and a 30-inch waist. Like I don't know what you'd even do with that.
Lazy brings up a good one. I think Bobby is bigger, but he says Scott Steiner Big Papa Pump.
Scott just looked weird.
Big Papa
Like
Pump.
Scott didn't even look normal to me. Like Bobby Lashley just looks like an incredible, like genetic freak, which I think is what Scott Steiner's nickname was. But the difference between Bobby Lashley and Scott Steiner is Bobby Lashley's always looked like that. The Steiner brother, Scott Steiner, didn't look like that.
No, he did not.
Like, oh, you turned heel and all of a sudden you got looking like that. It's
Big
like when
Papa Pump.
Triple H leaves Degeneration X, turns heel, and all of a sudden like he went through puberty, like his body changed and he was like shredded. He had this huge back. Like, yo, wow. Hey, and I'm not stupid. Like, DJ is my guy. Dwayne.
Oh.
He went through some changes.
Man, when he first got in with the Fast and the Furious, it was a little crazy.
The Tooth Fairy does not look like Hobbs. And I don't question.
Yo, Hobbs is crazy, bro.
People like the thing with performance enhancing and drugs, whether you're talking about, sports or you're talking about wrestling or acting or whatever, is people think, yo, I got this HGH, yo, I got these steroids. Now I'm going to be buff. Like, no, you still have to work your ass off.
Yeah.
It aids in it performance enhancing. It's not like a magical,
pill.
The thing that, just like your body morphs, like you still got to bust your ass. So I don't question any of that.
Right.
And I don't even think you have to shy away from it. Like, you do what you do. Like that's your job is your body. If you're doing it safely, do your thing. I don't advocate for kids to do it or anyone in sports. Like you shouldn't do it if it's outlawed. But if you're an actor, like why do I care that Nelly took Nelly? By the way, Nelly, boy, he had the good PED shop. Nelly skinny ass walking around with Band-Aids under his eyes, and all of a sudden
get ripped.
He looked like Hobbs. It looked like it, but like the sequel about to be Hobbs and Nelly.
he was the Lashley of rapping.
And Curtis did it too. Curtis did it too.
Yeah, I can believe that. You see Ja Rule at the Versus?
Oh man,
Ja was got ripped.
Dude, remember when Dre hit the award show in a in like a thermal long sleeve? Like, yo, what the hell happened to Dr. Dre? I think Timberland did the same thing.
Yeah,
Timberland used to be a chubby dude.
He was, yeah. He lost weight, toned it all up.
Like hip hop. There's a PED era in baseball. Fam, I think there was a PED era in hip hop.
For sure.
Like Nelly, 50, Dre, Timberland, they all.
The one guy who I think does it naturally is Jim Jones. Because Jim Jones isn't really ripped. He's just always lifts and he has muscles, but he's not. When you get defined like that, that's when he
who I think that is? Big E.
Yeah,
Big E just looks like a big ass strong dude.
Yeah.
You know who here's a hot take. Who I think is clean as a whistle. I think Cena's clean.
Yeah, especially now.
I was just about to say.
Cena was looking like a struggle.
When I saw Cena at what was it, SummerSlam? I was like, oh,
Cena looking like me.
Cena been doing this Cena got the same old dude struggles that I got. Okay. I respect it. I mean, still look like $1 million.
Yeah.
Just didn't look like the same $1 million as he did earlier.
I don't know if it's the hair or what, but he's looking a little old to me.
I was watching. Have you seen? There's a show on a movie on Hulu called Vacation Friends.
I heard about it. That's the one with Lil Rel. Is that who it is?
Yeah. I can't front. I laughed. It's one of those dumb movies. Like it's dumb. Like it's not. You're not gonna think watching it. Like it's dumb. But it made me like I laugh. I'll go even further and say I laughed a couple of times.
Okay,
I enjoyed it.
Cena. I like Cena. I see you.
I like John
Cena.
I like Cena.
Somebody T Green says this is a good one. He's not bigger than Lashley, but Jinder Mahal.
Oh yeah, he's enhanced. He's enhanced. Oh my God, he is just severely. Oh, Busta. Yeah, Busta's another dude. Again, that PED era in hip hop was way worse than baseball. way worse. than baseball. A couple of more storylines that you watch, and you mentioned the Dolphins and the Raiders.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess you got the 49ers and the Packers on the docket this weekend.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I got that. And kind of a combination reason, I've got the Rams and the Bucks. And depending on who you ask, depending on what you think, you could make the argument. I'm not making the argument, I don't think. No, I'm not making the argument. But somebody could. You got the top 4 teams in the NFC squaring off this week.
Sure. That's fair. Were the Packers the other team?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I wouldn't put them in my 4, but there are some people who believe week 1 was nothing. This is a Super Bowl contending team.
I think that'll certainly be a take if they win.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're back. Oh, the Packers are,
and that would be super impressive. Let's to be fair, that'd be pretty impressive to come to San Francisco and get a win on Sunday Night Football. That I'd have to tip my hat to the Packers a little bit for that one.
Yeah, and the worst case scenario for me is Packers win, Bucks win, because 17-0 continues, and the Packers are back. Is in full swing because they beat the San Francisco 49ers. I got obviously storylines for the weekend. I'm on this Bucks Rams game. I'm sorry, partner. I'm all about the NFC West and the whole deal. I'm all about rooting for what's best for the 49ers, but I got to cheer on the Rams in this one because the Bucks schedule gets a little bit light after this.
Yeah.
They got Jinder Mahal on the docket, so they got they got a challenge this weekend, and I need it dead. Just dead this noise. I don't care if they go 16-1. I just need this noise to end about the Packers going, or about the Bucks, going 17-0. So I got to root for the Rams, partner.
Hey man, you got to be real. I don't think it's going to happen. But if you don't get the Bucks here, they might run this table. It's not the craziest thing in the world.
Barry Horowitz next.
They got the Brooklyn Brawler. They got Bastion Booger.
They got the Duke the Dumpster Droses on the horizon for the Bucks. Like
it's time to take out the trash.
I think Isaac Yankum DDS is coming up in week 8. Like it gets a little rough there.
Yeah,
so
they got it real light.
Need Aaron Donald to get the job done this week. Another game I'm watching. Not a high. Keep an eye on it. I'm not going upset alert. I'm not going, watch out for this one, Kenny. That's not my bag.
Okay.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on it. Chargers, Chiefs.
This is in Kansas City, by the way.
I don't think anything's off with Kansas City. I think they lost to a very, very good Baltimore Ravens team. They lost to a tremendous quarterback. I'm just saying, keep an eye on it. That's all.
That's fair. That's fair. This is the Chargers are a team that I was saying, hey, they could make a run at Kansas City in the AFC West this year.
Yeah.
So that is a big game.
To John and Manny and the crew in the chat house, this one's for you. Justin Fields versus Baker Mayfield. Browns and Bears.
Yeah, I'll be tapped into that one.
So I'm looking forward to that. Obviously, Justin Fields' first career start. Hopefully, he is now the starter on this team moving forward. Matt Nagy, hey, as long as Andy Dalton's healthy, it's gonna be our guy. All right. Well, if Justin Fields balls out, that's not going to be the situation. I like Cleveland, as many of you know. I like Cleveland a lot. So this is one I'm tapped into. I'm looking forward to that one. Those are the storylines that we are watching this weekend. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We are so happy that you're here with us on Twitch or YouTube or on the Odyssey app or on 1320 AM. It doesn't matter. You can listen to D'Lo and KC however you desire. As a matter of fact, if you have your notifications set over there on Twitch and YouTube, you had a chance to check out Monte McNair today. We got the alert late yesterday that Monte McNair was going to be speaking to the media at 11:30. Obviously, that's not during D'Lo and KC showtime, but we thought, why don't we just go live on the YouTube stream, go live on the Twitch stream? We could go live on Twitter, make sure all the Kings fans get to see their press conference. After all, we are your home for real Kings coverage here on ESPN 1320. So we ran that live for you. If you missed it, no worries. We've got some clips here of Monte McNair, and he's been the belle of the ball. Davion Mitchell has been a focus of a lot of conversation this week from the various Kings players that have spoken. And, of course, he was a topic of conversation today when Sacramento Kings general manager Monte McNair spoke.
We certainly had high expectations for Davion, as we talked about on draft night. But, we love to see it in action. As we talked about, Davion has won at every level he's been at, fresh off a national championship at Baylor, and to come in and spearhead a summer league championship, testament to Bobby Jackson and his staff, but also Davion. I think what he does is infectious and contagious, and seeing not just him, but Jemias Ramsey and Lewis King and Chimezi Metu and Namias coming in, Robert Woodard, like those guys really step up and lead us with defense first to the title. I thought was exciting to see, and Davion was obviously a huge part of that.
Defense first. We're going to get back to that, KC. I want to run one more clip for you regarding Davion Mitchell and his work ethic. I think you guys are seeing what we loved about Davion in the draft. His work ethic is incredible, and that's something that we're just going to continue to feed, not just for him, but like I said, how it rubs off on everybody else. So no, we want Davion in the gym. We want Davion continuing to do what he does, and really, we'll just fine tune it and get him to a point where he's doing that for 82 games and hopefully more. Real talk, man. Like, I don't remember, and I don't want to. I'm just trying to establish like a baseline. It didn't feel like Tyrese was getting talked about like this last year. And maybe that was because of the type of offseason it was. I think he got drafted and got to Sacramento, and then camp started. So there wasn't really much time to like rant and rave about him the way there has been time for Davion Mitchell, man. But these guys are really, and I don't know if it's them that's talking up Davion or if it's us talking up Davion. And thus when we talk him up, they talk him up. But it feels like, man, this headed into training camp, it is just Davion Mitchell buzz.
Well, there's a couple things there. Number one, we didn't have a summer league, so we didn't see Tyrese in a summer league setting, and him doing those the things that Tyrese can do on the floor. So there's that. And number two is it's real. Like if you're watching the game, or if you're around this team or see anything that's going on, you can't help but look at Davion and be impressed. You see what he does, the intensity that he brings on the defensive end, and it stands out. It stands out for a reason. Like, it's not just, he's playing defense. He's really good at it, like really good. And I remember we had Mark Spears on the show about a month or so ago, and I don't think it was hyperbole. I don't think he felt it was hyperbole, but he was like, the way he plays defense, can you name 5 to 10 other guys who play defense like that in the league right now today? I don't think you can.
No, but I think okay, so I'm going to try to, I'm going to be the level-headed one. I'm going to try to draw the conversation back a little bit, because I agree with you 100%, but it's also the way we think he plays defense, right? Like we saw him do it in summer league. Like we just believe that's going to transfer. We saw him do it at Baylor too. It's not fair to relegate his entire career to a couple of games in Las Vegas and a couple of games at the Golden One Center. We saw him play this style of defense at Baylor, but he hasn't even stepped on the floor yet. We don't even know what his role is going to be for this team yet.
He hasn't, but the way he plays defense, not who he's playing defense against, the way he plays defense, you don't see that. You don't see that in him. That's why I think that is part of the reason why it sticks out to everybody, because you don't see that typically. Him jumping over screens, getting in somebody's, like, you don't see that. Just think about, the NBA Finals. Chris Paul, Devin Booker, they're not playing defense like that. Drew Holiday, he's one of those guys who will get into your shorts and play defense that way. But they stick out. These guys stick out. Drew Holiday, Patrick Beverly. Like, let's Patrick Beverly, he ended up doing it on an NBA level. But who did he guard before he got to the NBA? But that's just the way he played. You know what I mean? And that carried over.
Sure.
The way you play just carries over. And hopefully it's just as successful on the NBA level. But I think that's just what has people enamored. Like, you don't see that often at that level.
Two really different perspectives here. I want to bring in our man Will Griffith, Kings Herald. A rookie like Davion just isn't turning around a culture of a bunch of vets and asking him or expecting him to is putting way too much on the kid. Now, drop down a little bit further, you see John Bull. Sacramento has always loved those blue-collar type players that are down in the trenches. That's always been the fan favorites here.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with John, and to a certain degree, I agree with what Will said here. A rookie like Davion just isn't turning around a culture, but I disagree with that part. I agree with the end that we're putting a lot on him, or perhaps the franchise is putting a lot on him. But is it really a bunch of vets? Is that really? I mean, because Mo Harkless is already that guy. Mm-hmm. We're not talking about Davion turning around 14 other players. Mo doesn't need to be motivated to play defense. Terrence Davis doesn't. Essentially, what we're talking about is you want to lighten the defensive load on De'Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
You want to motivate Buddy because he's still here. He's a Sacramento King.
Mm-hmm.
You want to probably less motivate Marvin and help Marvin on the defensive end because he also is still here. But Harrison doesn't need that. Tyrese doesn't need that. De'Aaron needs Davion for different reasons. Motivation isn't one of them.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mo Harkless, Terrence, Alex Lynn, Tristan Thompson, I don't think they fit in that category of needing their entire culture turned around. They've only been here, Tristan Thompson, a minute. The other guys, 2 minutes.
Right. And there's a couple things to that as well. Is like, I gotta, you know what season it is? We talk about it's Ben Simmons season. It is check the tape season.
Oh boy,
check the tape season. It's right around the corner here, and I need to check the tape.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like most of, if not all, these guys that bring up Davion Mitchell in these press conferences, they do it unsolicited. Like, I don't feel like they're necessarily asked about Davion, but they bring them. They're like, "Yo, Davion does this. You know, he does that." You hear the coaches, the Bobby Jacksons, the Doug Christies, guys that are well respected, that have seen it all in this league, and they're like, "Yo, this guy, he's the real deal. He's the real deal." So nobody, I think, is looking for Davion, and here's why. Here's why I have so much confidence in Davion, because nobody is asking him to come in here and average 25, be the leader, lead the league in block shots, none of that. Just do what you do. And if you ask a guy like Davion to just do what you do, that's easy for him. That's easy. You're not even asking for anything extra. Just do what you do. You play defense. You play hard. That's it. I can do that all day. I've been doing that every level since the day I could get on a basketball court. Just do what you do.
I like what Brian said here. Brian Cruz said, we want people to be ashamed for not playing defense. That's what Davion is for. I like that. Imagine the dichotomy of Davion having a moment like he had at the Golden One Center against the Golden State Warriors, and then having some of those defensive lapses when he's off the floor that we're all too familiar with, in which Harrison Barnes, De'Aaron Fox throw their hands up and start looking around like, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine those moments being within a same game now.
Yeah.
I like that assessment from Brian. I think that's a good one.
Call. It's a good call. And here's the other thing that that I think about, and that, you know, I wasn't as sure about him as well, it was close, but our guy Drake Yu, he was the one that was like, "Yo, this is who we're going to take, and this is who they need to take."
Yep.
And this was before the travel.
He was unwavering.
Yeah, he was like, "No, this is the guy they need to take. This is it. This is the move to make." And when they do take him, he's gonna hit. Like, he's gonna be huge for what they're trying to do. So I like Davion, but I didn't have the courage of my convictions like that. But one of the things that I remember I kept saying on draft day is, and I remember I also said it on D-Lo KC the next day, is Davion is a hell of a defender. The guy can defend. But he's got a bag too. And I know a lot of people out there talking about, oh, he's a defender. That's part of, hey, just do what you do. You don't have to do anything extra. Just do what you do, and you're good. But he's got a bag. He can score. He's got moves. He's got savvy on the offensive end. You're not bringing in a guy that is Bruce Bowen, that is Patrick Beverly. Like he can run an offense, and he can create for himself and others. He can play all the way around.
Yeah, that's probably an interesting part of Davion Mitchell that we haven't really discussed is the running the offense part, because we always talk about Tyrese. Could Tyrese, handle some of the ball handling drills, some running the offense and let De'Aaron play off the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Now you could do that with Davion.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not talking about starting the game like that, doing it long term or making it a huge part of the game plan. I'm talking about within the flow of a game where perhaps there are situations where you could take the ball out of De'Aaron's hands and start running offensive plays for him, which would be completely foreign. It would be completely new to Luke Walton's repertoire here, because he's never had. I mean, we've seen Buddy do it, and nobody wants that. And I'm not. And I know how that comes across. I don't mean it like that's not his bag. We don't need that. Yeah. We definitely don't need that. I know Bogey did it for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Davion's a much better fit in that regard.
I think so too, man. And the other thing with Davion, I know a lot of people. I think somebody said earlier in the chat there, like you don't 6 foot guards, shouldn't. They said something like shouldn't be the leader of the team or leader of the defense or something that I didn't agree with. And I'm a believer that typically when you anchor the defense, you got your big guy that anchors your Giannis's or Ben Wallace or Anthony Davis. And that's awesome. That's ideal. You want to protect the basket like that. But I'm a big believer, and I talked about it numerous different times last year, Damian, that the perimeter is where things start. And that's where you set your identity of we're locking down the perimeter. If somebody gets by us, yeah, we got Rashawn there who's going to take care of it. But the onus is on Davion, De'Aaron, Tyrese, even Harrison in some situations to lock down that perimeter, like create a force field. Like this is the first line of defense. That can't be our weakest line of defense. And that's where he'll help as far as helping anchor.
Monte McNair also talked about Luke Walton. I want you to hear that. And Tristan Thompson, who we never talk about. And I think it's worth talking about him briefly. And then we'll dive back into the 49ers and Packers. We're going commercial free to the top of the 4 o'clock hour. You don't need to go anywhere, especially if you're on Twitch and YouTube. The show don't end. If you're on 1320, don't go anywhere, man. We're coming right back here on 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Here with D-Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Whew. Almost there, partner.
Almost there, man. Almost there.
Thank you, bro.
And I just want
to work on those early.
I just want to say to my people, to my team, I know at least when I first woke up, took a quick left. If I do say so myself, we bodied it today. Great job.
Yeah,
great
today
job,
was fun.
Great job, Jesse. Great job. We almost home. Great job.
Yeah, losing that that's what I said. Fuck it, we got a show to do. So
literally I saw your graphic first, and then I saw his text. I said, for real.
I had a dope graphic for 40 today. Like it was going to be the graphic for social media and then the YouTube cover. It was pretty dope. It was just the perfect shot of him on stage.
Yeah.
And it happens, man. It's the game.
That's all it is.
It's the game. It ain't dead. You, by the way, KC did all this, man. You did a great job of getting this whole thing set up with 40. So
yeah, man.
I'm gonna work on Ebro.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
We'll try to set up the next one. I feel like there she is. Got it. All right. And I'll clean this folder up too, Jesse. It's a mess. Kyle, Baldy, and Ramona.
Lazy. I don't know, man, what the move is for me is I got soccer tomorrow morning. Saturday, I guess. I feel like I got something to do on Saturday. I don't know. Then Sunday I got to work.
Hey, what's crew? Real quick, Jesse. Could you cut the clip of Ramona talking about the Kings and the Universal deal, and we could make that a social media video instead of a video? Okay, so if you cut that clip, drop it in the folder, I can put it together. So y'all are Poker Pro. You got it. You got the WNBA. I saw the WNBA Top Shot stuff. Is that what you guys are talking about? I said, y'all. Someone said they were like 30,000th in line. How quickly does it go?
Damn.
Wait. So what do we got here? Oh, there it is. I'm currently sitting at 30,000. Like, what is that? I'm at 1,211. So, like, how long does this all take? Like, is John going to be in front of his computer till Tuesday? I'm fascinated by it. And how much does it cost to get in on this? Because you guys seem really, really pumped up over this.
Yeah.
So Top Shot really is still a thing. Y'all are doing it. You got it. So you got in already. Okay. You were like 1,300 and you got in. Okay.
I missed it. I heard about it. I heard it was fantastic. Heard it was fantastic.
Yeah, it was. It played out like I thought though. Phoenix and Chicago. That's that's what I was hoping for. Phoenix and
Real
Chicago.
quick, T Green. Hey man, Kennedy. First of all, happy Sweet 16.
Let's go. Hey.
T Green. 45, man. You don't look a day over 21. Even
Let's
though I
go,
can't
T
even
Green.
T Green. Happy birthday to both of you guys, man. What season are we in here? Is it what is this? What?
It's my mom's birthday tomorrow.
Your mom's birthday?
Yeah, I'm going to.
Oh, man, come on, man.
Let's go. Going to the Yay area.
Let's go. Oh, and shout out to my man Darren.
I admire in the squad multitasking here in youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Apparently the WNBA Top Shots became available. Top Shot is just, I didn't take Tyrese Halliburton's advice. I'm not interested. Like John Bulls in here talking about he's 30,000. What was he? 30,000th in line. But I guess the agony of defeat and the thrill of victory. Poker Pro Eric landed one of the NBA top. He got Yolanda and Tisha in one of his packs.
Man,
I'm not there yet. Like
yeah.
I don't know.
Do they have to pay to get in line here?
That's what I keep asking. Like I see John Bull says he's made about $500. So Leezy says it's $80 to buy in. Is that right? Because it ain't gonna be me. That is not gonna be me. I need to find out if that's accurate. Can y'all hit us up on that? And let's just take this to the radio, man. Happy birthday to one of our day ones, T Green. He turns 45 tomorrow. His 16-year-old. Oh no, I'm sorry. T Green turns 45 on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
His 16. His daughter Kennedy turns 16 tomorrow. So happy birthday to the whole
horns,
squad. Right there.
Kennedy, that's for you. T Green, that's for you. Happy birthday to both of you guys, man.
Go ahead and throw out one for my mom.
Hey,
Birthday is
another air horn. Let's go, Mama Barley. And then also, Mikey, he says his mom turns 80 yesterday.
There it is. My partner would say, "Let them air horns fly." Them air horns fly. Make sure you download the Odyssey app. Check out the Odyssey exclusive stations that are curated for sports listeners like you. You'll find your favorite artists on Odyssey 2 on the all-new Artist radio stations. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app. Brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. 49ers Friday is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We're going to get back to the 49ers in just a heartbeat, but there's a couple of more things pertaining to Monte McNair and the Sacramento Kings that I'd like to talk about before we get to the 49ers and Packers. One of them is a conversation or a person we never talk about. Tristan Thompson. Monte McNair was asked about Tristan Thompson, I think, for the first time today. And here's his response when asked about Tristan.
Yeah, I think Tristan brings not just versatility, the ability to play both big spots, but, a championship pedigree. We want to continue to, like I say, not just balance our roster in maybe a positional sense, but with experiences. And, Tristan's one of the best offensive rebounders in the game. He has found a way to make himself an impact player at many different stops, and we think he'll bring that here, both when he's on the floor as well as with some of our younger guys, teaching them how to succeed in this league.
Tristan Thompson. The first thing I want to point out is that's the line at the very beginning.
Yeah, I think Tristan brings not just versatility, the ability to play both big spots, but
both big spots, the 4 and the 5. What do you think about that? I feel like we've kind of dipped our toe in the Tristan Thompson at the 4. Maybe we pulled it out. Maybe the water was a little too cold. We took it out and kept it moving, but he brought it up right there. Tristan Thompson at both big spots.
I mean, it's a possibility. But this
did
is.
he ever play the 4 in Cleveland? I don't.
Yeah, I feel like he was. I mean, when Mozgov was in there, he would be the 4.
Oh dear.
Yeah. But I also think that this is kind of what
Mozgov
Monty was talking about, that people kind of scoffed at, is the versatility of this team to be able to do a number of different things. If you're going up against a team that just has a bunch of bigs, like if you're going against I don't even know if this would be a good comp or whatever. I'm just throwing a team out there, but like a Denver that has a Jokic, Aaron Gordon, and a couple other guys, you can go with Tristan Thompson and Rashawn Holmes and still have Alex Lynn backing up, or Metsu or back. You can go big. If somebody's going small, you don't have to put Tristan Thompson out there. You can go Marvin Bagley at the 5, or whatever you want to do with that one. It gives you the versatility, and that's what this team has, that I think a lot of people were kind of selling them short on and kind of scoffing and rolling their eyes when Monty says that. But they can play a lot of different ways. They're not going to, I don't feel they're going to get stuck in, tough matchups against tough opponents.
Here's another. That was a perfect segue to Monty talking about the roster and what he likes about it.
So far, I think what I've liked the most is like the versatility of our entire roster, seeing different combinations, out there and envisioning even others that we can try. I think at least compared to last year, we have a lot of, kind of tools in the tool belt that Luke can do, whether he needs to match up smaller, bigger, more offense, more defense. I think the versatility of the roster, not just positionally, but skill set wise, is really interesting.
So that's Sacramento Kings general manager Monte McNair talking about the versatility of the roster. I'm interested in Tristan. I feel like Tristan? I think I don't remember if it was Jason Anderson or Sean Cunningham who asked the question, and forgive me if I'm wrong on both, but I know the question was like, some fans looked at this as kind of a head-scratching move. They were confused by it. And I feel like that's how we've taken and then, of course, the deal took, I think, 6 months to get finalized.
Don't remind me. We went to Atlanta and came back, and the deal still wasn't done.
Dude, that's facts. We really did. We had reporters on who were like, dude, I don't know. You're having someone on to bring some clarity. And Keith's like, I don't know. It's really annoying. I was like, hey, welcome to covering the Kings, Keith. We appreciate you. But now that it's done, now that camp is approaching, camp is just a couple of days away, I think we were maybe a little bit too dismissive of Tristan Thompson. No, he's not a game changer. No, he's not going to turn the franchise around. He's not the difference between the team, winning a championship and going to the lottery for the 16th straight year or missing the playoffs for the 16th straight year. But he could be a piece that helps. He could be a part of the depth of the roster. He could be a part of – he can create versatility that Monte McNair was just talking about. Like, it's great to have the 1, 2, 3 guys at the top who are just like, oh, my gosh, these guys are incredible. But to have a roster with depth where you feel like – I mean, there have been times – shoot, KC, maybe as recently as last year where you go like, yeah, first 6-7 minutes of the game, we better start well, because once we start making some substitutions,
it's ugly.
It's going to get dicey. Like, the depth just is not there. We talked about this with Jason Jones on a number of occasions when evaluating Luke Walton. Say, like, how would you expect Luke Walton to win with this roster? This roster is awful. It's clear Monte McNair doesn't feel this roster is awful. I certainly would hope he wouldn't. He put it together. I think I'm going to stop short of saying it's more versatile than it was last year, though. That's probably accurate, but certainly what it is, it's better. It's better. Yeah. I mean, it's a deeper roster.
I still believe that with this roster that I'm seeing right now with the Sacramento Kings, that you can go a lot of different ways. I don't want to say any way you want it, and they're like this dominant team and they're going to win when you go that way. It's not that, but they can compete. They can win games in a number of different ways. They can go big. They can go small. They can go regular. You know what I mean? Like, they can do a bunch of different things out there on the floor. And I look at Tristan Thompson, and like you said, a lot of people looked at it as if it was a throwaway, but he adds a level of toughness that this team was searching for all year long. Defense is number one. Toughness is the other thing a lot of people have been talking about. Not going to get pushed around. Our guy Freeport Metsu isn't going to get thrown off the rim and everything be all good. Like, that doesn't seem like it's going to happen with Tristan, Alex Lynn, Terrence Davis, Mo Harkless, all these guys around. Hell, Davion. That doesn't seem like that's going to be an option for other teams this year. So I think it's a solid move. I like the roster. I like it a lot more than most. I got high expectations for this roster.
Yeah, I think we all do. Actually, I'm glad you said that. I don't think we played this part earlier. Monty was. I'm kind of dumbing down the question a little bit. He essentially asked, "Is it playoffs or bust?"
Certainly, that's our kind of end goal, but the goal is just what you do, and then you got to set your journey, and like we talked about, we got to start and take care of what we can take care of. Obviously, control what we can control, and that really is what next week is going to start. So for us, we think as long as we are more consistent this year, that's a big thing. We're going to compete every night. We have to do that night in, night out. We have to improve our defense. We do those things, we think the wins will follow, and everything else will take care of itself. So we're focused, much more narrow focus on what we can control today and tomorrow.
I want to follow that up with a similar remark about expectations, Monte McNair.
I don't think necessarily. We certainly have.
Oh, my bad. That's
our.
I pulled a Kenny. I pulled a KC. That was me hitting the Best Buy button. That's my bad. That's me. I loaded the wrong clip.
Give me the loudest mouth you have.
Thank you. That's I labeled the clips two different things. That one was just a smidge bit longer. That's me. I messed.
It happened.
And it's because I was laughing at you yesterday. That's why, because of the Best Buy clip.
Casey went to Best Buy and said, "Give me the loudest mouse you have."
It wasn't even during the show. That's what makes it all so weird.
It's very weird. I cleaned that up though.
I also love that you didn't delete it. Like, it's still there.
I don't know when that's coming off. Right. I was trying to get to this.
You know what? You just made the list.
There you go.
There we go. We're trying to get to that. Clean it up, sharpen it up, all that other good stuff. But
we got sound bites that live forever. I'm with it.
Yeah.
I'm with it.
49er Friday. Mm-hmm. Got to talk about the 49ers. 49ers Packers Sunday night football. Mm-hmm. Before we get to that, though, Can I just close the Kings out for the day?
Sure.
And they had some ownership maneuvering going on today. And essentially what it means is some people sold their share in the team. I don't know how the breakdown went. I think this
had been kind of out there for a while. It's just the names were finally attached to it today. Like we knew something was happening. It was official.
And the names are actually a little surprising. Like a lot of people weren't thinking it was the names that, were named. So I'm not accusing anybody of anything,
but
I'm not going to do that because I don't know. I can put 2 and 2 together and say, this makes sense. This makes sense. This is probably where it's at. But I will say this. I made a tweet earlier in the day when all this happened, and I said, I'm all for less chefs in the kitchen. And that doesn't mean that Vivek is perfect, good, or whatever. I'm not, at least with basketball stuff. But I will say this. There was a lot of people, in my opinion, just my opinion. I feel there was a lot of people who should have been on his side that were working against him. And I don't know if those people are still in the building. I don't know if they're gone or what, but that's a huge problem. That needs to stop. Hopefully it stops now.
I concur. There's some names in there that are a bit chatty. Again, it's really easy to add 1 + 1 and get to 2. If you know what you're looking for, you see it, and it's pretty freaking clear. So it's frustrating, man. Like there are, you know what? We'll just dead that. Like it's on to the next. And I think you said it perfectly. There are a lot of people who should be. It felt like there were a lot of people in that group. There are a lot of people involved with the Kings who seem to actively work against the Kings. And maybe some of that has been eliminated.
I know, I feel like I know that to be true because there was a time, I'll never forget it. I think I texted you, and the Kings had done something good. They had done something good, something, a winning streak, or maybe they were close to 500 or something. And all of a sudden this conversation started about how Vivek is still meddling. It's like, really?
Yeah.
So that told me at that point, it's almost not even about the Kings. It's about, we're going to make this guy look bad on every occasion, no matter what's going on, where he either is going to just look like a joke or he's going to get tired and we're going to mean girl him out of here and he'll sell. You can
always tell when someone's string was pulled. Feel me? And again, you can add 1 + 1 together and get to 2, but we'll see how some of that stuff changes. And new season, playoff expectations. There's playoff expectations for the San Francisco 49ers as well. It's 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. KC, I'm going to be honest with you, bruh. I'm a little antsy about this game.
What you mean? Talk to me. What you talking about?
I like what Kyle laid out earlier about how the Green Bay Packers offensive line is going to have some struggles, because that's what we talked about. I think we talked about it yesterday, or we started to talk about Jimmy Garoppolo having to go out there and potentially win a game. Like, are they going to have to put up points? Like, we all know that Aaron Rodgers is capable of putting up points, right? We know he's capable of performing in big moments. You don't have to go that far back and find when he put up 3 when Jordan Love played the whole fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to call a situation like that out and say, this is what's going to happen in this game. But I love that Kyle, when he joined us earlier, pointed out their offensive line is, I think it's fair to say, it's decimated. And that's you can't have an offensive line decimated.
Right.
Especially when you got a front seven that's performing the way that the San Francisco 49ers front seven has. And I'd argue the 49ers' most attractive feature, if you will, is their front seven. It's because of 97. It's because your man Fred Warner. It's because of that group right there. And if they can make life miserable for the offensive line of the Green Bay Packers, close things in on Aaron Rodgers, get Aaron Rodgers frustrated, because I feel like, oh, Aaron Rodgers gets frustrated, boy, he's going to perform big. I feel like Aaron Rodgers get frustrated, he's going to quit.
Say it.
Like, I'm out.
He will tap out.
Y'all want the kid? Put the kid in. Y'all want Jordan Love? Put Jordan Love in. I feel like he knows. What do they call this? What did Devontae Adams say this is? It's the last dance. There's no coming back from it. So make it the last dance. That front seven, that 97, and then the rest of that crew make things frustrating for him. I think Rodgers bails. That's how I think they win this game.
I 100% agree with you. You can make Aaron Rodgers quit. You can make the argument. I saw him quit in the NFC Championship game in the second quarter. When Aaron Rodgers feels they don't have it, he'll tap out in a heartbeat. And I think, to your point, partner, that defensive line, if they can get after it and get hungry over that beat up offensive line of the Green Bay Packers, that could be where the game swings. Now, Aaron Rodgers, if he's engaged and he's locked in and he's doing what he's supposed to do, get the ball out quick, get it to Devontae Adams, Aaron Jones, get it to Tunyons. He can do all that and maybe mitigate that a little bit. But if the 49ers can keep the Packers at 3rd and long a lot of those times and force Aaron to look a little bit further down the field to complete a first down or whatever the case may be, that's when the Bosas, that's when the D Fords, that's when the DJ Jones, Eric Armstead, they can all eat. I'm always, as much as I say about Aaron Rodgers or whatever the case may be, there's always a level of reverence for who he is as a football player. He's one of the great football players we've ever seen. So I'm never 100% comfortable just saying we're going to beat the hell out of them. But I think there's a whole lot work. If I think about this, if I was a Green Bay Packers fan, there's a whole hell of a lot working against us this week. Injuries, the timing of this game, 49ers 2-0, going into Levi Stadium to open their season. They haven't been there in 10 months. The fans haven't been there in a year plus. They're going to be rocking, or about as rocking as Levi's can be. It's a Sunday nighter. Like, there's a lot working against me. I would not be confident if I was a Packers fan. Does that mean they can't win? No, but I would not be confident whatsoever if I was a Green Bay Packer fan.
Okay. What about it was just last week we were talking about the issues with the secondary as it pertains to the San Francisco 49ers. Those issues, did they get cleared up?
No, they're the same.
Well, the answer is no.
They didn't get
think
up,
about it.
But Damien, I wasn't so crazy. I wasn't on that same page.
Okay, I give you that.
I said if they can I thought they were going to get Emmanuel Mosley back. They didn't last week. Hopefully he can play this week. But if they were able to get Emmanuel Mosley back, losing Verrett is a big deal, but you're only losing one guy from that 2019 group. And after seeing Philadelphia, I'm extremely confident having Jimmy Ward and Jaquiski Tartt back there. Those two guys, they are the safety net for a Denominator Lenore or a Josh Norman. They do a great job of seeing everything in front of them and keeping most of the stuff in front of them as well. So they didn't get fixed, to answer your question, but I didn't think it was as broken as other people thought it was coming into that game.
Okay, broken against the Jalen Hurts, fine. Broken against the Jared Goff, fine. But what about against the Aaron Rodgers? And I just spent 5 minutes, I understand this, talking about the 49ers front seven. To me, that is the key to the entire game, because you talked about Lenore, you talked about all of those guys there, and Mosley, whether he plays or he's not, whether he plays hobbled or plays at 80%, 90%, 100%, whatever it may be. Their ultimate protection is 97. Their ultimate protection is Fred Warner. That's their ultimate protection. The quicker that Aaron Rodgers has to get rid of that ball, the better off that secondary is.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you give Aaron Rodgers just a couple of seconds, like, again, it's one thing to perform well enough against Jared Goff. It's one thing to perform well enough against Jalen Hurts. You know, Aaron Rodgers is different.
Absolutely.
It's different. If the 49ers shortcomings in the secondary were, you know, on a scale from 1 to 10, 6 over the last 2 weeks, nothing may have changed except for the quarterback that you're going against. And to me, that immediately elevates it to for Aaron Rodgers, he's the league MVP, regardless of what I think about him. He's the league MVP. That elevates it to 8.5.
It does, but one thing that I learned last week, and I shouldn't have forgotten, is as long as you've got the guys on the defensive line there, you got Fred Warner in the middle, and you got Jimmy Ward and Jaquaski Tart in the back end. I don't think they're getting lit up. I don't think that's going to happen. Now it could happen. They're not invincible, but I'm big on continuity, and that group has been together playing defense for at least the last 4 years.
Yeah.
So they know where they're supposed to
On
be.
and off.
They know, right. They know where they're supposed to be. Well, actually, ironically, last year, those were the guys that actually didn't get hurt. Well, Bosa did. But Warner, that triangle. Remember I talked about the triangle earlier this week?
Yeah.
Warner, Ward, and Tart. Tart actually did get hurt last year. So that erased that from the live broadcast.
That's okay. Jesse, edit this out. You've had to do that a lot this week.
Yeah,
Just edit this portion of the program.
But the point is, for the last 3 or 4 years, they've been able to grow and have continuity within the same system. And they know what they want to do. They've seen Aaron Rodgers 4 or 5 times in the last 3 years.
They've seen him a lot. Yeah.
So they know what Green Bay likes to do. They know what it is. Now it's just making the plays. There's nothing that Green Bay is going to do that's going to catch them off guard. So I think they'll be ready for Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers is going to score. Devontae Adams is going to have his big plays because these are great players. But with the 49ers and what they're going to be able to do on the offensive end against this Green Bay Packers defense, I think the 49ers defense isn't going to have to just completely lock them down to 11 points the way they did Philadelphia. I think the 49ers offense is going to have the opportunity to put up close to 30 points on this Green Bay Packer defense.
Wow, 30. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to go out there and talk about, like, are we talking 35, 10? I mean, okay, hold off on the final score. You don't have to give us a final score note here.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask this instead. How do they get to 35? Do the 49ers? Do they get to 35 by Jimmy Garoppolo? Or do they get to 35 by some combination of running backs? Do they get to 35? Hell, lost in all of that. What was it, 41 against Detroit? There was a Trey Greenlaw.
Yeah, pick six
in there.
Yeah.
Do they get to that 35, by their defense?
I think to get to 35, they need maybe one turnover and one flip of the field. It may be the offensive score, but maybe they get a fumble or an interception that puts them at the Green Bay 15 or something like that, right? So it may be something like that. I'm looking around more 28-31, not the score, but the Niners scoring 28-31 points, something like that. You get some field goals in there. You get some big plays. I think that I mentioned it before. I'm going to continue to say it. I think they're going to have to pass the ball a little bit more. So it will be on Jimmy Garoppolo a little more than Kyle typically would want to do. But I think it'll be fine, though. I think Kyle will be prepared for that. He'll scheme them open, and he'll know the holes in that Green Bay defense to attack, and he'll attack it.
When does Kyle Shanahan not do exactly what he wants to do? Even you've said this before, Kyle's always got a great game plan.
Mm-hmm.
Always.
Mm-hmm.
Until something goes wrong. Until there's a wrench thrown in it. And then all of a sudden it's like, I don't know what to do. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'm going to stick with the exact same game plan.
You can't get him shook. For better or for worse.
Or that's what I was going to say. Or you can't get him to adapt.
Mm-hmm. For better
there were times last year where he went in, you'd have a game plan for Jimmy Garoppolo, and all of a sudden Nick Mullins was your quarterback. It's like, hey, oh no, Kyle, I heard you're an offensive genius. You might want to adjust this game plan a little bit. Here's another question for you. By the way, game day with Kenny Caraway.
Yeah, man. We later. We don't have to wake up at the crack of dawn no more, man.
You get to sleep in.
Yeah, we out there just chilling. Game day starts at about 3:25 or so. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be just chilling all day, watching some football. It's gonna be all good.
If you're on YouTube right now, hit the little bell in the right-hand corner. If you're on Twitch, hit the little bell in the somewhere. I don't know where the bell is on Twitch. Just find the bell. Press it. That'll alert you when game day. It'll alert you when D'Lo and Casey go live. It'll alert you when we go live with Monte McNair press conferences. It'll alert you anytime we go live, including
game day with
and game day breakfast is going to turn to game day after dark.
Oh,
game show.
Hey now,
because we starting this post game at like
it's a little late.
When the bars open,
or
when the club opens,
when D-Lo's in bed, that's when you start.
That's when we start the post game. The club is open. That's the hours that's on the flyer.
I'm gonna be on the rim by the time that one hits. Game day after dark, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. That's unofficial. We're just deciding. That's perfect. It's perfect. Let's get to these phone lines here real quick. 916-349-1320. Poker Pro Eric's having a good day over here in the chat.
Poker Pro has been all over.
Poker Pro, how you a little more wealthier right now?
I am. I'm just freaking out. So I'll explain. I wasn't planning on calling at all until you brought it up. And so there was actually two lines today. How it works. The Top Shot is lines you have to get in because you can only buy if you get the top of the line. One of them was at 10 a.m. I woke up early, got on my computer. Yeah, early for me, 10 a.m. I know.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And I got an error message. I tried to get in. I think I just missed it. There was 8,000 people got it, and I got like 8,200, and I didn't get in, and it wouldn't let me buy. So I was pissed off, and that was for people that had more. The more players you had, you got a better chance than the first one. The second one that just happened a few minutes ago, 60,000 or more people were in line, and they only gave away like 7,000, like 60,000.
Okay.
I was like number 200 in line, and I got the WNBA only rare pack with like 5 players, I think. They call it a run it back, which is an older player, which means you're gonna get like a Yolanda Griffith, a Lisa Leslie, or a Tisha Penichero. I haven't opened it yet, so I actually don't know what I have. I have not opened it, but I want to get you more. We don't call it. I want to get you more involved with this. I want you to open your free account, and I'm going to send you an entire king set. I'm going to send you Harrison Barnes, De'Aaron Fox, Rashawn Holmes, anybody, Davion. I'll send you the entire king set. I have all of them, and I'll send you all of them for free. If you open a free account, I'll send you the whole Kings team.
Wow.
I'm sorry. That's like, you give me hours of enjoyment on the radio. This is like $80 worth of moments, maybe 90. I'll send it if you open the account.
Well, how come you haven't? I mean, I appreciate that. That's pretty dope. Is it an app? Like, or do I got to go to a website?
It's a website.
Okay, well, you can.
I'm not sponsored at NBATopShot.com.
Okay.
You open an account. If you want to put your credit card in, I will gift you. You're allowed to gift people moments. I can send them to you.
Nice.
I will send you the entire Kings team.
So, okay, that's very nice of you. How come you haven't opened the WNBA pack though?
Well, I've been listening to your show and doing.
Oh, that's a good reason.
My Top Shot friends online. I'm probably making $200 off this pack. So sending you those Kings moments is no problem. So yeah, let me know when you give yourself a cool nickname. You get to name your account like D-Lo and KC Show, or I don't know what you want to name it. But when you get that account, I will send you the entire Kings team.
Okay,
that's
bet. I'll do it.
Nice.
That's cool.
Nice.
That's very kind of Poker Pro. I'd rather you teach me how to golf, but that is fine. I'll take what I can get. I like that. I'm curious. It's not like I'm like, oh, this stuff is stupid. Look, I just haven't done it.
I might dive in this weekend and just see what's going on, man.
I'll gift you one of my Poker Pro Eric gifts. I'll send it your way. That way we have. Honest to God, I don't know. I saw I can't believe I felt like, you know how like on YouTube they have channels where it's like kids opening toys.
1.7 million views in 1.7 hours.
Yeah, 1.7 million views and $50 million in their bank account. One day I can't express this, and I felt like such an ass. I was watching Deuce and Murph open a top shot pack on the Deuce and Mo. I don't know if it was the podcast or if they just were live for this, but I sat there and watched them open a pack of these Top Shot moments.
Was it exciting?
I don't know. I would react the way Deuce would react. If Deuce got excited, I got excited. If he didn't, I'd just be like, I don't know. I think if I remember correctly, they opened like DeMarcus Cousins was the first moment. And I was like, that's pretty dope.
They got hype for that one.
That's pretty dope. It was DeMarcus Cousins. At least I think it was. But
I'm gonna dive in. I'm gonna see what they talk about, man.
It's cool. I'll get into it. I thought Poker Pro Eric wanted to talk about the 49ers, so that turned us to a Poker Pro Eric derailing the show. I mean, somebody's got to do it.
Somebody's got to do it.
We were a little bit too on track today. Well, that's not true. We talked about disc records. By the way, just completely coincidental. It's the 30-year anniversary of the Low End Theory album.
No, wait.
Tribe Called Quest.
I didn't mean to diss them on their 30th.
Yeah, you did. You dissed that. You did. That's absolutely what you did.
That's what I did. I didn't mean to do that.
I'll be honest too. I
was going to say something crazy. I was going to say
might as well. It's Friday. There's only might as well.
I was going to say there's not even anything that can't touch anything Outkast has done. From Southern Playalistic to
which is their best album.
Come on, man. That blows that little album out the water.
Low End Theory is good. It's great. I take it back. Low End Theory is great, but Outkast.
I always have this conversation, and you always say Southern Playalistic. I say the real debate is A.T. Ellen's versus Aquemini.
No. Southern Playalistic. That's like y'all were getting in on stuff late. I was in that ATL. I was watching Rap City. I was getting hip to Outkast.
Them boys
Low Riders.
Oh boy, they
77 Seville's.
Sub Katie in the chat talking about Outkast is overrated.
Sub Katie doesn't mean that.
Ramsey, you know what to do.
It doesn't mean that. She does not mean that. I feel like I'm gonna listen to Low End Theory. Maybe I that's not really like a re-listen album for me. But
who's
that's
this
fine.
Who just said something? G Chill says A.T. Ellen's is their best album. To me, it's between that and Aquemini. I'm sorry.
Yeah, for second. And they're all classics. I mean, that's the wild thing about Outkast is I don't know that they dropped an album that wasn't a classic.
Idlewild wasn't a classic.
Was that an album?
That was a movie soundtrack.
I don't remember that at all. That doesn't count.
That had Hollywood Divorce. You remember that song?
No.
Yeah,
I don't remember none of that.
Yeah, Hollywood Divorce. And what was the other main song on there? I can't remember. It was their movie Idlewild. You remember that?
Vaguely.
Yeah.
Vaguely. Did the Hendrix biopic ever come out?
Some people say that. I never saw it.
I just saw last night that the Johnny Depp City of Lies movie just got released. The one that they've been working on, I swear, for like 5 years. The Pac Biggie Russell Poole detective movie.
Really?
I just saw the trailer last night, and the little marker on it says 2021. I swear this movie was made like 5 years ago. Yeah, it's out on I don't remember what platform, but it's on somewhere.
Wow.
I'm going to watch it too because I've
check that out.
I've seen
I watch all that stuff. Like I'm a mark for that. Like if you got a Tupac Biggie movie, like I watched that show that was on USA.
So did I. I keep watching thinking it's going to end different.
Where they had Biggie and Tupac frolicking with water guns in the first
God.
I was like, what is this? What the hell is this?
Yeah, that was rough. I don't have to ask you for your prediction. You just gave it to us there pretty solidly.
31-17 Niners.
Oh, man, you got the 49ers winning big. Okay.
It's only 2 touchdowns.
Feels big.
Yeah.
I mean.
2 scores. 31-17.
I'm not going to give a prediction because that'll ruin it. But I'm antsy about this game. I don't know.
Last time you said that was what game was it that they lost? Big.
Did I just ruin it by saying I'm antsy about it?
You said, it was either this or a Kings game. You're like, I don't have a good feeling about this.
Oh, I think it was a Kings game. But there were a lot of Kings games that I didn't have great feelings about. They probably lost to like a 2-win team, and it's like, I don't have a good feeling about this one. All right, man. We appreciate you for being with us. We had a blast today. If you missed our conversation with Ramona Shelburne, man, that's some good stuff. I promise I'll isolate it and have it posted on YouTube in just a couple of minutes. Jesse's always on top of the game. He probably already has it posted to our different podcast feeds. If he doesn't, He will shortly. But Kings fans, it's definitely worth going back listening to. If you missed Monte McNair's press conference, that's available on youtube.com/ESPN1320 as well. And as always, we appreciate you for being with us. 49ers Fridays brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. You know what it is, baby. It's Friday. It's 4 o'clock. It's time to pour that first drink.
Yeah,
whether it's the Bamboo, whether it's the Luke Belair, whether it's the Valon or it's that McQueen and the Violet Fog. Enjoy it safely. Have a great weekend. Game day with Kenny Caraway coming up at 3:20 here on ESPN 1320 on Twitch and on YouTube. And we will see you back here Monday at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Niners.
Oh, did that. Man,
Yeah.
Cheryl, the show over. You're late.
She's still on the West Coast time.
Yeah, you're late.
Good job, John. You're the man. You are the man.
That's not true. You only got trashed when y'all were responding to the poll question, but not hitting the thumbs up. I got to send you the clip of Good Day Sacramento.
Yeah. So what was that all about? How did that? Who was on there? What was?
If I can figure out how to open my phone.
Easy, by the way, speaker box love below was amazing. Got a sweet little daughter back in my corner. But even though I wanna, but act like I don't wanna.
Fall cocktails. I'll send it to the show thread. Boom. Yeah, that's pretty dope. And this looks like it was yesterday, but it was today. It looked like it was yesterday.
The screenshot. Jeez.
Yeah, right.
I'm jealous.
Right. Shout out to Coco. Coco gave me some love. I appreciate Coco. She's one of my favorites. Cody too. That's our squad over there.
Cody, man.
Oh, the new iPhone came out today.
You getting it?
Well, I might, only because my phone is a couple years old now.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm getting it right away, but I think I do need a.
Given the fact I'm probably never leaving the house, don't matter if I get a new phone or not. ESPN to air Pardon the Interruption documentary. That'd be interesting.
Hey, we need to. We gotta, because I'm all about, connecting. We gotta know who Flawless is.
Yeah. I didn't know either.
Yeah.
I didn't know either. We gotta look into that. I don't know if we hit up Ben, see if that's one of our people.
No. But I was looking like Damien's room. Oh, look at this. As I open up my Instagram, look at this guy that I just see popping up all model.
Man,
all model.
Wow, look at that. Look at that.
Man, look at Smooth. Here you go again, man. He looking smooth out here, man.
You see what he did? Like he leaves us, and you see how he acts.
He go all Chi-Town on us.
You see how he acts when he leaves us. Oh yeah, this Flawless person is
big time,
bruh. and they definitely family. Yo,
oh yeah, big time.
You see it?
Yeah,
they family.
Oh yeah, we got to talk.
Yeah, we got to make something happen. I don't know what it says. A musician, Netflix. Yo, we got to.
You guys heard it here first.
Like Bottles, let's get something popping.
Netflix documentary, D-Lo and KC, how it was made.
Boy, this dude, man, look at this guy. Look at this dude. Cool as can be.
Flawless is an artist. A rapper. Where is he from?
We got to reach out to Black Bottles and hook something up.
Yeah, that's what's up, man.
Boy, Marshall done morphed into a whole other human being out there.
And then he got the Chicago man, and now
Mm-hmm.
he just doing what he do.
Mm-hmm. He's like, I'm about to show y'all what it's about. Oh man, now looking at Flawless's profile, it's like, man, we need to take some pics.
Yeah, it's time. John Bull, what's up, man?
Yeah, we gotta. I'm gonna have Kenny drive out here for like the third weekend in a row and get some pictures taken. Figure out a place to take the pictures.
Those aren't Steve Harvey suits, man.
Nah, it ain't what
nice
that
and
is.
Tailored on that, man.
Them jokers is cut.
Nice and tailored.
Bruce Wayne. That's funny.
I know you're not a pimp, but pimp, remember what I taught you. Keep your heart. 3 stacks. Keep your heart. Play your heart.
Really did get through today.
Yeah.
That's just tough, man. When you lose a big one like that, oof. Then we had all of the stuff with Monty.
Yeah. Monty kind of saved us though. Monty, shout out to Monty.
He did. It was we wound up using a lot of those clips. They just took a while to cut.
I wonder what, we still don't have an answer. We'll find out what they're gonna do on media day, which is Monday.
Yeah, it's Monday. I gotta imagine it's log in because he said Monty wrapped up. I'm sure you saw this. Wrapped up the press conference saying, "I hope to see you guys at some point this season."
Mm-hmm.
You know, see you guys in person. He didn't say see you guys Monday.
No, we gotta. We'll work and see if we can get somebody on here on Monday outside of the regular Zoom stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned this, or I'd like Harrison because I don't know if you saw that thing Harrison posted about being involved with a group trying to protect voting rights.
No, I hadn't seen that.
Harrison, I mean, it's probably tough, but Harrison's our bag.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, yeah, no, we'll get to basketball. Let's talk about a couple other things first.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm happy to shoot an email if you want me to.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll get it ready and send it as soon as we disconnect. What y'all got going on this weekend?
That's kind of crazy. Golden One Center will not allow any bags. So no bags, backpacks, purses, totes, clear bags, and camera bags will not be allowed into the venue. Yeah, that's a little, I mean, it doesn't really affect me at all. Even though I like to have a backpack, it's not a big deal. But no purses? What do you expect the females to do? The women.
Oh, let's go game day. Let's go, coach. I was trying to backtrack to figure out what Roddy was talking about, but I see it here. Let's go, coach. Go get him.
Let's go.
Go get him.
Going up against Jesse's
winners.
people at Modesto JC.
Appreciate you, DJ.
Appreciate you, David. I almost went to Modesto Junior College. I went for a visit, and then I went to like an open gym. Played a tournament there or something like that too.
T Green got a long weekend ahead. Coach Molly got a long weekend ahead too, just a different type of long weekend. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, Will Griffith back hard at work, prepping for another season of writing 82 previews and trying to make each of them interesting, which you always do.
Yeah, you'll do a great job.
A fantastic job doing.
You'll body that. Not worried about that at all.
Let's see. All right, there you go. Okay, Bryce. All right, Bryce. What's that? Second song, Damien versus Sugar Hill. Is it against the group or actual dislike for Sugar? what to say. And it's kind of what they started, but not really. Like, it's an overrated record. It's important. The song is important.
It is.
I honest to God, what's that, Jesse? I told you
19-year-olds, yeah, they'd be like, what the hell?
I made that hip hop evolution playlist. I did not put that song on there.
No, it's not going on.
Nobody want that record on here.
No, it's
First
not
record
going
on the hip hop evolution playlist. Right there. That's the record. I'm gonna hit pause before the $50,000 fine kicks in. Shoot, I got Beat Street on here. Come on, man.
Yeah, you could put Rapper's Delight if you got Beat
I
Street.
could, and then I'd skip it when it came on.
Well,
What's that song gonna do for me?
Beat Street?
Have you ever went over a friend's house to eat and the food just ain't no good? Like, what are you talking? Like, ain't trying to listen. You don't listen to that song. You respect it. You don't listen to that song.
Here's another thing about this. This is another arena. When you're at the skating rink, that comes on, and if you can, I can't even skate like that.
That's
I
good
don't be doing
times.
all the
the good
tricks
times.
and dips, but yeah.
You're just dancing to good times. That's all you're doing.
So this is an interesting question. I feel like I'm gonna answer it honestly, but I feel like it may be a trick question. Hey, KC, if and when your woman asks you to get something out of her purse, do you get it out of her purse or do you bring her purse to her?
Oh, boy.
I get it out of her purse.
That's the difference between a grown man and a young man right there. That is the difference.
I get it out of her purse. She says, hey, give me my keys or my wallet. All right.
No problem.
Yeah,
it's
here.
in the pocket on the side or whatever.
What's the, because Warren is saying you bring the purse to her. T Green says he brings the purse. Yeah,
T Green is grown.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if she asks you to get it, like, what you supposed to do?
She specifically said, "There's Cheryl, just get it." She specifically said, "Get the wallet out of my purse for me." That she wanted me to bring her purse to her. So can you bring my purse to me? Brian Cruz says, "Okay, maybe that's a difference as well." And I think that's fair. If it's my wife, I get it out of her purse. If it's someone else, I'm handing the purse over. I agree with that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there is a certain point of like, if you can't find it, just give up. Like if it's not right there,
I'm not going in all the secret contraptions.
Yeah.
I feel you, Warren. I feel you. I might oh, is it Cali thing, JDZ? Is that what this is? I don't know.
What is the purse?
I don't know. I don't know. Is that what it is? I don't know, man. I think Warren's from California. John Bull says, I get it out of her purse. If I can't find it in like 10 seconds, I bring it to her.
There you go.
There you go. That's the play.
John's wife is delightful, by the way.
Very, very nice.
She is as the grown people, she's a hoot. She was fantastic. She was full of personality.
She was. Roddy, so here's what happened with Modesto. I was getting these like recruiting letters, and like we play open gym or whatever the case may be. Went down there. This was out of high school. Yeah, this was out of high school. So I was just getting these letters. And then when I went to come play, I actually played pretty well. And the coach brought me in here and he was like, well, where are you from? What's going on? I told him, I got recruited. He's like, oh, sorry about the mix up. Maybe you're on an old list or whatever the case may be. But, you know, I'm the new coach. Not that you're bad, but I don't know you, but we already kind of got our recruiting good to go. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's cool. I don't want to come to Modesto anyway, but thanks. Come on, man. Modesto's rough, man. Jesse, I'm glad you made it up out of there. That's how I feel about Sacramento. Roddy Paul was a black dude who said, "I didn't recruit you, so keep it moving." I don't know if that's who Paul is. A black guy was the coach who said that to me. Okay, JDZ says it's Southern rules. Never go into a woman's purse. All right, I'm from Cali. Dairy. That's Daryl. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Let's see what else you guys got going on. Dan, what you got going on this weekend, man?
I'm going to my mom's house in Redwood City tomorrow. San Carlos. Oh, actually going to my sister's house. My mom won't. It's like San Carlos and Redwood City are one town apart. Yeah, and that's it. We'll do lunch, dinner, all of that good stuff. We'll take the girls out there, probably come back Saturday night, and then just football Sunday. I'll get everything ready for game day.
Appreciate you.
I've learned there's a bunch of back stuff that needs to be done, and it's easier to do it before the show than after it started. So I'll have everything. The streams will be ready for you before you start. So that's it.
Appreciate that.
That is it.
Ezra, sitting at I'm skating. I can skate. I'm not like a super like trick skater or nothing like that, but I'm pretty smooth when I go forward. I don't really go backwards. But when I'm going forward, I'm grooving. I'm having a good time. I love going skating. That's fun.
I ain't done that for a minute.
They got are you familiar with the all-night adult skates that they have in Sunrise? And they're actually pretty cool.
They still do them?
I went to one, it was a long time ago, but it was like I was like, oh, this is the move. Like, instead of going to the club, I'm gonna just go here. They go to like 3 a.m. and it was the vibes, the music, all that, the scene. It was, it was a different scene. So it was like, at that age, I was mid-20s. It was like older than me. It was like early 30s, mid-30s. It was a good vibe.
Okay. Let's wrap up. Let y'all ride. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hitting the thumbs up and all of that good stuff, man. We appreciate you. And we've sent a couple of emails out already. We'll try to get next week's show popping as always. But we'll have you covered no matter what. Have a great weekend. Have a safe weekend, man. We'll see y'all here.
Y'all take care, man.
And